Should we get into it? I think we should. I fucking think we should. What is up? Stephen Jesse, good to see you, good to see you. You don't miss a beat, do you? You do not miss a beat. You are always here. We like that. Of course I don't miss a beat. He's the beat master. I'm going to be painting this Kingdom Death Survivor here today because I need an axe survivor, and we're going to be doing that. So that's going to be the project here. Plus, I didn't get to paint a huge amount of normal skin on the last model a day model that I did. So I did like a blue sort of purpley skin on that one with like a huge light effect. So this one we're going to be a little bit more traditional. I need this for maybe just over 24 hours time. We're going to do our traditional sunny skin tone with burnt red starter. Tried and true, absolutely battle tested method of starting the skin tone. I want to get this pretty pale actually. I found an artificer brush. Isn't it incredible? It's like a gift from me to me. All right. Oh my god, actually, just give me a second. Look at this rancid paint water. Look at that. God, Jesus. I'll be right back. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. By God, unless I was painting the inside of a portaloo, that was going to be rough water to use right there. Okay. That's better, especially for skin. My God. Oh, feels good to just mix up some normal skin tone here. I don't have to worry about crazy lighting. I don't have to worry about all sorts of weird mixing purpley pink skins. Here we go, baby. You know what I'm going to do? Well, I'll use the basing brush for this, but we might get a little experimental with a couple of the different brushes and shit that we're using here. Also, this big axe here, I know it's a bone axe, right? I'm aware, but I don't know how I want to go with it yet. I haven't quite decided. I know, obviously, the teeth. I've got a plan in mind for the teeth, but I'm not sure how I want to address the, like. It looks like it's a skull on top of that. Like this part here looks like it's like a little skull, but I don't know how I want to paint that yet. But let's get a base coat of the skin down first, shall we? Before we start yammering, before we start yapping. Okay. Typical Kingdom Death model here, just very you know, the cloth is very precious in Kingdom Death, right? You don't just have like a, you're gonna just go down the street and there's not like a Walmart selling clothes, you know. So they got to be very sparing. It's more of a sign of more of a sign of the times, you know. Will I be painting this with red hair? You will have to wait and see. Probably. I will probably be painting this. Although she's got a pompadour. Check out that pompadour. Ain't that crazy? You're the rarely seen female pompadour right there. This is going to be good for a couple of layers on this base coat of skin. I went fairly, and you probably noticed that I've done this before, but I water down my skin tones quite a lot, and I'll do multiple layers here because it's just so much smoother. Like, that's how you don't get that chalky bullshit. Also, you want to like minimize pooling and minimize the like number of if you've got your brush strokes going in one direction, don't just randomly do one in a different direction. That makes sense? With the grain, as he just randomly changes his brush strokes. But yeah, with the grain, chat, with the grain. Okay. The skin base coat is always just such a relaxed time, and then the skin detail is like, hello, I'm here to ruin everything. Let me get a little bit closer here, so stop moving around. There we go. There we fucking go. Yeah, the joints on this model were a little bit gappy. Let's say that. So I had to do a little bit of work there. Also, I changed around. Usually, this like gourd thing on the base here of the axe, that's usually a little bit. I think it's hanging off her hip, but I thought it looked really, really stupid, so I didn't put that there. But no, nothing super special about this girly today. We just need her. She's, you know, early on, axe female survivors are in high demand. Like that bone axe, baby, damn. It's a pretty decent early weapon, I'm not going to lie. Also, survivors with bone clubs for when you fight the butcher early on. Really, really useful. For those who are not aware, because by the time the butcher gets there, you kind of got some pretty sick white lion shit. And it lulls you into a false sense of security that, like, you want those fucking things that do shitloads of hits. What are they? Katars. Because you're like, oh, the white lion katars. Man, I'm like fucking chewing through the antelope and the lion now with these. I'm fucking unstoppable. And then the butcher's hit location deck is like, hey, welcome to 10 cards. Also, every time you hit me with those katars, you trigger the trap. Loser. And it's a very emotional moment for people who have been like building up their survivors and thinking they're a bit overpowered, and then they just get completely humbled by the butcher. It's actually one of my favorite moments to see. I try not to warn people about it, as as good a Kingdom Death party member as that makes me. If someone's playing for the first time, I let them get ahead of steam, you know. The mic is now above me for those playing at home. That is how we are able to achieve this position without hitting the microphone. All right. What are you doing there? Fucking paint bubbles. How dare you? You want to try and, you know, the disadvantage of working with a very, very thinned paint is that you will get, like, bubbling in if it's very, very liquidy. So just be a little careful. It's much like a wash. You don't want to let those bubbles happen in the same way you don't want to let a wash just, like, pool randomly over places. We're being very messy here. This is really slap happy. And, of course, as we add more of the skin colors in, we will try and keep it thin, but we're not going to have it as thin with the smaller layers because they cover up less space, and we won't have to use them in big sweeping brush strokes. So it's not as important to get them gnarly, gnarly thin. So that's why if we start thin and then we thicken up the mix as we go. I'm just going to go for this second coat here now. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Now she's getting a little bit of color to her. Hell yeah. That bubble out of there. There we go. Try not to overbrush areas here as well. Soft brush strokes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There we go. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to be painting the pin-up butcher, I've decided. Before that campaign that I was just talking about gets to the butcher, I want to paint the pin-up butcher. Because actually, I haven't painted the regular butcher, because I've just been putting it off. It doesn't, there's no skin on it. Well, there is, but it's all flayed skin. So, there's none of its own skin on it, I should say. Man, there's a lot of, like, skin in between those areas there. There's, like, a lot of... She got a lot of accoutrement on here, and there's like skin in between. Damn, that's very annoying. It's okay. I'm sure my brush loves this. Okay. See now the legs, the difference between the legs and the upper body there. See the difference. We're just gonna now shore up the coverage over this upper body area. We might have to wait a little bit for it to dry and just touch up a couple more areas as well. Yeah, we're not using any of Mr. James Workshop's painting in this one. Well, I mean, we're using some of the paints, and some of the principles will carry over, but we're not doing a specific, like we did with Old Joe. We're not doing specifically paint like Games Workshop taught you all them many moons ago. Yeah, I need to wait for that to dry a little bit. All right, while we're waiting for that to dry, let's start addressing the bone rumors. Let's start doing that. What am I going to do for that base coat? Oh, nice drop brush, huge, good for the bristles. Yeah. Get some Yushap tea. Some Yushap tea. I'll need quite a bit of this, actually, because that bone axe is fucking massive. What else are we going to paint bone? So we're going to paint this in bone. Does she have any, like, skulls and shit on it? Oh my god, there's so much flesh there that is unpainted. How dare I? Just going to keep an eye on me, chat. I'm going to miss this shit otherwise, you know? And then I'm going to blame my color blindness. It'll be a huge play. Oh my god. We really were very sloppy with that base coat. No, so she's got the bone axe, I think, is the only thing that's going to need a bone base coat on it. I believe. Well, only one way to find out. In that case, we won't need as much bone as I thought we would need. Let's do, in that case, a little bit of this. Yeah, alright. Touch of water. The most absorbent brush in the world. It means that a touch of water is like torrential downfall. We like that. Alright. And let's do a... Is this my AK brush? Yes, it is. This one's kind of been cooked a little bit. It started off as like a synthetic detail brush, but the bristles have already said their goodbyes and parted ways with each other. My new neighbors are like playing guitar on the balcony or something. They're either doing that or they're playing like the most chill, repetitive guitar song I've ever heard in my life. Either way, not exactly a belter. Say new neighbors, they're downstairs, but our balconies like overlook each other. Well, I overlook their balcony. They get a tasteful upskirt every time I walk out there. Imagine having a glass balcony in a complex. That'd be interesting. Now, do we think that's fur? No, that's bones. That is definitely bone. But do we think that's fur? That might be fur. In fact, that might be fur too. What do we think? What do we think about that on the end of that axe? If I paint one as fur, I'm going to have to paint the other. But that really looks like bone. I think it's the spear that's gone through the head of this. Yeah. Okay, we're getting it. So what I'm thinking this is this is a spear. This part's the tip of the spear. And this has been driven through the skull of something. And we're using that. So the spear is the white lion spear that you get. So it does have fur on it. But this is the top of the skull that's just been broken open. So that part is, in fact, bone. Or at least that's what I'm going to tell everybody when I paint the fur as if it was bone. You see? See how that works? You just have to justify it enough. Had a couple of people being like, Aeneas' spear is metal. Dog. It might be in the lore, but I'm telling you that in my painting canon, when I painted Aeneas' spear, I took one look at that bad boy and said the edge is nowhere near sharp enough to be made out of metal. Why would you make an edge that thick? That ain't a spear, that's a fucking club, brother. So I painted it stone, and you're going to have to find a way to be okay with that. I think it looks better. I think it looks better stone, because she's the barbarian girl. You know what? I feel like this is going to be quite an easy paint job. I feel like this might be like an Old Joe level miniature here to paint. Because the axe, it looks like a lot, but it isn't. it's kind of just teeth and bone, but I do want to make them different from one another. I don't want them to be... Like, you could do them the same way, but because they're right next to each other, and I hate to tell you this, but your teeth and your bone, while they're made of the same thing, they don't look the same outside of the body. So I want to try and make them a little bit, maybe, wider is not the right word, but it is kind of the right, maybe I just highlight them up more. Maybe what I'll do is I'll do a skeleton horde over this bone and a sepia over the teeth, and that difference in shade will cause the highlighting to be a little darker on the bone and a little whiter on the teeth. These people have gone through like Colgate whitening. This is a Colgate axe right here. We're gonna have the whitest teeth on this axe you've ever seen. So we're gonna be like, damn, this bitch got braces on that axe. Okay, there we go. Yes, yes, yes. I've decided, they're definitely bone. It's definitely bone. You can't tell me that it's not bone. I won't hear it. I will not hear it. And the watery base coats, especially on these colors over black, you're like, why did you even start with a black base coat? I'm going to level with you here. Black was the closest rattle can to my hand when I needed to base coat this model. That was literally a proximity thing. Okay, we're going to leave the fur part. Although, do I just do the fur part now in Ushabti bone and then hit it with a Gore Grunter? Because I'm going to be doing a Wraith bone over it anyway. I think I might do that. I think I might be lazy. I'm going to be lazy. This is kind of a speed paint. So why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? I do need this for tomorrow. Yes, we're doing that. We're doing that. Anything to save the time. Had this huge deliberation whether it was bone or fur. I'm going to fucking paint it the same base coat anyway. Ain't that the way? Ain't that the way? Yeah, I don't know what they're doing over there. It sounds like guitar practice because it doesn't sound like, okay, this they might be fantastic. I might just not be hearing the best of their talent, but it doesn't sound like professionally recorded music. Does that make sense? Is that a really diplomatic way of saying it sounds like ass? And like random strumming, although it could just be like old people chill vibe music. Okay, do I have anything else that I want to hit with this bone? She got any like funky pendants and shit around there that have like a bone thing on it? She got like a crocs on it. What the hell? Like a cross? Crazy. Okay, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. In that case, that skin looks to have done its thing enough. I might duck back over that. Skin looks to now be dry. Let me mix this back up. It's actually started to separate because it's so watered down, which is probably not ideal, but that's all right. That's okay. Tappa, tappa, tappa. Just establishing a base. We'll thicken it up with the other coats. It'll be fine. You do want a pretty robust base coat when you are painting skin. That's why I'm doing so many layers of this. Because the base coat's going to set the tonal language, there you go, that's a fancy term, for all of your subsequent coats. So if this is nice and smooth, and it's got excellent coverage, then it's going to put you in pretty good stead to have the similar results with your more advanced coats and highlights. Which is why we take our base coats seriously around here, chat. All right, I don't want to hear nobody doing a base coat with unthinned paint. Heinous. That's like an affront a mortal sin. One of the deadly sins. They talk about it in the Bible. All right, let's get the upper body a little bit more saturated. Yeah, look, listen. We all know that I'm probably going to paint the pompadour red. All right, I'm sorry to disappoint you. That's what I do. I paint red hair, okay? We paint red hair. We paint pin-up models with red hair. That's what we do around here. What can I say? So if you're against that, then you're probably in the wrong place. We're going to get under there. As I said, we're trying to minimize what I call overbrushing. I don't know what the term is, but we're trying to minimize like too many brush strokes on this base layer as much as possible. Like, you don't want to leave a lot of like paint in one spot because it'll make it like obviously really thick and it'll blow out the detail in that area. But we don't want to do like a million brush strokes where you could have done just 4 or 5 smaller ones. Just because we're not looking for that much texture on this base coat. We can add in texture later on if we need it. It's much easier to do that with subsequent coats, but on the base coat, I want this nice and smooth. And we're probably still going to have to do a tiny little bit around the bust there. I hope this guitar practice just keeps up all night. I think that would be great. That would be grand. I would like that a lot. Yeah, we're going to need to do one more layer on the base coat up the top there, just on the bust, just to get that established. The reason being, otherwise, if we were to, because you may be saying, well, what's the difference? We have to go up here and do that all with highlights anyway. And you're right, but the major difference is that the highlights will be much darker than the legs, and it will lead to like her looking like she's being lit from like this angle, not from this angle. So it will make a noticeable difference if you do not get the saturation of your base coat even across the entire thing. That's why we're doing that. Now, that is almost ready, and a non-coward would go in and start base coating and say this will dry by the time I get to it. And that is exactly what I am going to do. So, now this over black is pretty rough, but I'm just doing this to fill in time while we wait for the skin. But don't be frustrated if you have to do like 3 or 4 layers of this over black, because doing a bone color or a white over black is very annoying. But don't rush it, he says, like partially dry, applying another coat. But keep it watered down, all that good stuff, because otherwise, this is a focal point of this miniature, obviously, right? Like, yes, it's a pin-up miniature, and there'll be a certain amount of focal point on the skin, but the weapon is like look at it. I mean, open your goddamn eyes. It's doing a lot of work in terms of drawing the eye. So you do want to paint this like to a pretty good standard, because it's going to be the thing that people look at first. The next thing is going to be her skin, and the thing after that will probably be her hair, which is why we want that red hair that everyone loves that I paint all the time. Listen, all right? I know what I'm about. I know what I'm about. Microphone overhead, kind of a game changer. I'm hoping it hasn't, like, fucked up my audio levels. Which is actually something I should check. My computer does this super fun thing where it just, like, randomly changes all my audio settings, just seemingly without reason. Like, completely unpredictable as to when it will do it, too. Just resets the system mic volume to 100%, makes me sound like I'm fucking peaking every 5 seconds. Yeah, so this will probably need another coat at the very least, but this is tying in nicely because the time it takes me to do this gives the skin a little bit of extra time to dry, and it makes me feel like I ain't wasting time. That's the thing about the Games Workshop method of painting, right? Where you're just doing like base coat, wash, dry brush, finito. It sounds quick. And I mean, it definitely is quick, but the washes, man, they take so fucking long to dry. When you do a wash over an entire miniature, let alone if that miniature is big, right? That's kind of crazy. Let me check my audio levels here. Let me give this a quick checkaroo. You wouldn't have put that at a... Oh my god, you have put that at 100%, you absolute demon. There we go. Is that better? I feel like that's going to be better. I feel like that's going to be much, much better. How is that? You can be honest. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you out of work. I'm gonna ask for it, Stephen Jesse. My real one. Come on, you can answer me. Oh my god, I was actually kidding. Yeah, no, good. A net victory for our fine people. And guess what? That still hasn't dried. So, you know what we might do? I'm trying to put a base coat over somewhere here that won't... You know what we're going to do? Fine. All right, I'll meet you in the middle. I'm not going to paint red hair, technically. We're going to go pink. How about that? How about I meet you in the middle at pink? You'll like some pink hair, don't you? Huh? You'll like some pink hair? Some nice pink hair? Won't that be fun, chat? Bit of pink hair? You know you'll love it. You will fucking love it. Alright. I'm going to take Vallejo model color pink. And we're going to get that bad boy mixed with some black. And we're going to see how well I just estimated the proportions on that mix. Pretty good. Pretty fucking good. It should give us like a really dark pink / red is what I'm looking for, which is exactly what I've got, which is nice. Okay. See, I told you it wouldn't be. It's not going to be just. You listen. The pink pompadour. I can keep on dancing at the pink pompadour. Trust me, chat. Trust me. Oh my god, I completely forgot she has fucking skin on her face. Jesus. I really am. It's really. Listen. The dementia is setting in. I cannot believe I actually just did that. I've just missed the skin on it. Yes. Never mind. But at least we noticed. I don't know how I missed it in the first place, but at least we didn't get to like the third highlight and I'd just forgotten that the head exists. I've done that before, to be fair. Oh yeah, that's gonna look good. She's gonna be our social justice warrior with a giant axe. Oh yeah. Man, this pompadour's got a lot of weight to it. Jesus Christ. She got a... You know, you don't see pompadours very often these days. What happened to the humble pompadour? You know? I would have thought that, you know, all things in like fashion and all that sort of shit, they're kind of secular, right? They come back. But I'm yet to see the pompadour make like a big play in modern times. I feel like it's relegated to the 80s. But I kind of fuck with it. Maybe not on a woman, but like you are like a... Okay, here's a hot take. If you're like a thinner yet intimidating guy, I reckon a pompadour's actually got you. If you're more muscular and you have a pompadour and you're gay, then I think that kind of works. But I think if you're straight, that might not work. Not in like a weird way. I just think that, you know, choose your fashion wisely. But I could definitely see like a jacked gay dude rocking a pompadour. But like, if you're a thin, like aggressive man, that's where I think the pompadour could really come back. Yeah, where are all my thin kings who hit people with baseball bats at? Yeah. Okay, this hair is kind of like blowing in a really weird way, and it's very annoying to paint. That's alright, that's alright. Pink Pompadour Club. Indeed, indeed. Stephen Jesse, I am so impressed that I did a call to action there and you answered. I'm sorry to interrupt your workday, homie. For my meager concerns over blowing out the mic. This is like a painting podcast for you. Okay. All right. Pink Pompadour Club is down. Now, I think we do a little tiny bit more on the... Okay, firstly, skin on the face. Let's not forget. Although, if I do that right now, I feel it may wet blend with some of the hair. So, goddamn, we'll just leave that for a second again. And we're just gonna hit the... Man, that was a lot of paint on that brush there. A lot of paint on that brush. So you wouldn't just move it around a bit. Yeah, see, it's a little bit not staying where I want it because it's slightly watered down to a point here, which is harder to work with. But such is the struggle of smooth skin. Okay. I think good news is, aside from this area just on the bust here and the face, you know what? I think I can do the face. I think I can. In fact, I know I can, chat. I know I can. Do you look like a woman who needs a wet blended pompadour with the skin tone? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And I'm gonna give it to you. Yeah. Yes, I am. Yeah, it's still crazy how much of that miniature I just like forgot there. Kind of a L moment for me. All right, the face will definitely need another little coat over there, but the bone has almost dried and it's almost ready for coat 3. While we do wait for that, this is going to be a prime moment, an exceptional moment to start the base coating on the brown. Now, the reason I haven't done that as of yet is because I kind of wanted to do the shaft of the axe in this color. Although, I can't tell whether that's metal or not. I kind of don't want to make it metal. Because of the stage that I will be using it in Kingdom Death. Like, the survivors won't have access to a lot of metal at the stage that I'm going to be playing with this model. So I don't want it to be metal. But it kind of does look metal. Especially this part at the top. We will jump that bridge when we come to it. As for now, I can get that skin layer on there. Yes. As for now, I'm going to put the colors, the browns, on the boots. What brown will I use? Show me the brown that I will be using. You know what? That's a really good brown. Let's do a bit of camouflage black brown. This is dark as hell, as the name would suggest, as black brown. Wow, it's really watery too. Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. Do a little bit of mixing on that. I'm still going to water it down. You know me. I'm Mr. Water Down his paints. There ain't a paint out there that I haven't seen and watered down. All right, let's get a little bit of attention on the boots. She's wearing some pretty crazy boots. They've got like a metal embellishment on the front there, which is pretty cool. Kind of got the... She doesn't have boots with the fur. We recently painted someone who had boots with the fur. Who the fuck was that? Oh, that was Aeneas. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that part is all metal, I think? Question mark? Maybe, maybe not. Oh well. We'll find out. Again, with base coats, don't be too precious with your base coats. Like, this is the time to make the mistakes and do the touch-ups, you know? Even on the base layer of skin there. Like, don't be too worried about that. Do not be too worried about that. It's when we've done, like, a whole highlighted up skin and I'm having to paint one super dark bit that you don't want to slip with the brush. Alright. Boots, base coat. Man, you know what I love about dark browns? They're very easy in terms of coverage. They have a really, really good pigment, so they just cover immediately. It's like a 1 to 2 layer thing max, even over black. Oh yeah, there we go. Now, obviously, if I'm doing like the spear in a wooden, which I probably will be, a wooden color, and I'm starting with the same base color as the boots, the difference is going to be how we highlight those up. So highlighting is going to be carrying the team there, because otherwise it'll just look like she's got wooden boots or a leather axe, which is not ideal. Okay, so there is boot there. Oh, there we go. It's like the tongue of the boot behind it. Excuse me, I'm not trying to wet blend the skin, thank you very much. Don't do that, by the way, what I just did there. Where you, like, accidentally wet blend something and you're just like, yeah, fuck it, I'll add more paint to my brush and just drown that part out. Probably not ideal. But I'm lazy and I don't want to wait for it to dry. Right. I might start with... Yeah, I might do it in this color here as well. Just want to establish this darker stuff that's going to be around the skin, because if we leave this until after I painted the skin and then I accidentally paint all the dark stuff and it hits the really light parts of the skin, it's very, very hard to paint over. You essentially have to restart that part of the skin again, and it's very annoying. So that's why I'm doing that. Now the belt I might do in a slightly lighter color. What are we going to do her war kini in? That is the question. I think that's just a metal crux. Yep, that's a metal crux. Okay, I'm going to paint this... you know, I'm not going to paint the spear just yet. Because I want to... I could paint that part of the spear. No, I want to establish the bone well and truly before I paint the spear. Okay, in that case, let's do that. We've got a little bit more base coat of the skin, and then we're and a little bit more base coat of the spear. Just because I think the skin will dry faster, let's do that. Let's go into, man, that like dark pink on the pompadour there. It's actually come up pretty light, but it'll be fine. When we highlight it up, it's all going to look light anyway. There we go. Shoulder. Again, we're wanting to achieve here a very consistent base coat over this and over those raised areas there as well. Anywhere where we want smooth skin, we have to have a consistent base coat, and don't overbrush. Sound like a broken record, but do not overbrush. Multiple quite thin coats to establish like a smooth base coat is going to make sure that all your highlight layers look way, way better. Way, way better. I'm going to do a little touch up around the areas there on the boots at the back of the leg where we kind of got a little bit happy with the highlight. Good stuff. Good stuff. Whoop. And like I said, you'll have like a fair amount of opportunity to correct stuff like this before we go up to the final layers of the skin. Like while we're establishing the base coat and the model's kind of looking really like a cave painting, you'll have tons of opportunity to fix and touch up. But the base coat being super clean is not necessary as long as you have good highlights. But the base coat being super saturated and super like good coverage is necessary. And that's why we're going over this axe with the third and final thin layer. Actually pretty keen to paint this axe. I think it's going to look good. I got a good idea to differentiate the skeletal parts from the teeth. This is gonna be the sponsored by Colgate Optic White toothpaste teeth. Swear to God, if someone comes into Kick Chat again and tells me to put a fucking blood effect. We already did the blood effect for Kick Chat. We've done my one blood effect concession for Kick Chat on a blade. I'm not doing that again. You know I think it's cheesy. I think it looks stupid. But we did it that one time because there was so much peer pressure. There we go. I don't know what I'm going to do with that gourd either. We'll sort of... I'll pick up a paint. I'm relying on this happening. I will pick up a paint, and what will happen is it will just speak to me. And I'll be like, yes, that's what I'm going to do. Fantastic. Love me. This is going to coincide almost perfectly. You know when you've got like the exact right amount of paint out on the palette for the job that is required? I'm not going to waste any of this Ushabti bone base coat right here. It's going to just be perfect. As I said, the top part here, which is actually like splintered bone of that spear that's driven through the skull to create the axe, I am going to paint up as bone. But this fur, I'm going to use a contrast paint, so I just decided to paint it with bone anyway. So this fur here is going to not be that, because I don't think that's bone. I think that's fur. Because I think this is a king spear that's been driven into the skull at the base here. I don't think this is a... It would be a very Kingdom Death thing to have, like, the king spear just as part of this giant bone axe, because they were like, well, let's repurpose the spear. We need an axe. So let's make it the only way we know how. All right, that's looking a little bit better. I'm going to do one more look over the base layer of the skin before I add some more and then start highlighting the skin up. I'm probably going to... I'll probably base coat the handle of the axe before we go up with anything other than the base coat of the skin, purely because this part of the axe here interacts very obnoxiously with where I need to be with the skin. I'm going to definitely hit it with the with the skin color either way, but it's much better if I hit the axe with the skin color than the skin with the axe color, if that makes sense. I'm just making sure that we've really established this this upper body, because these areas here are where there's going to be the most highlighting up, and I don't want there to be areas of like a darker coat here, because it will affect how bright our highlights are and how much impact they have. So there can be like darker areas like down lower on the model, or where there's not as much natural light hitting, but yeah, you don't want that shit floating towards the bust and the face, you know. Kingdom Death monsters, most iconic portions of a model. Love me. Alright. Surely it is time, they say. Surely it is time. It might be. You know what? It's first time that we go through and base coat this axe. Love me. Da, da. Tactical text message, my apologies. Now at the moment, axe looks like it's made of boot, and vice versa. But that won't be the case for long. I just needed to establish the base coat on the axe's head before I went and did this. There we go. Let's get rid of all that skin tone that I've already managed to get well and truly all over the axe. We will have to touch that up again. It's just I don't want to do anything more than a touch up on that area. Because the more I interact with the axe close to the skin, the more chances I am going to negatively impact the skin with the extremely dark color of the axe. And then have to really do an annoying touch up on the skin, which is bad. Very, very bad. Not the end of the world, but I will complain about it. Can't help but notice, this survivor does not have a lantern on them. L light source. Very, very strange to not have a lantern on you in Kingdom Death. They are like the children of the lantern, right? Like that's like their whole thing. She's a rebel. She's a societal outcast. She's got a pompadour. That's what. There you go. It goes full circle. Yeah, it goes full circle. It's the pompadour effect. See, like this really obnoxious angle here. I've mentioned this before, but I am going to look there. You know, I'm the guy that's gonna pick up your miniature and look right here, baby. Right under there. This is where I'll be looking. You can do the best fucking non-metallic metal effect I've ever seen, and I'm going to be like, shame you didn't paint the part that was pressed right up against her belly. That's going to be a 0 from me, dog. Alright, down here near the end as well, where there's like a wrap over it. I'm not going to paint over the wrap as much, just the parts of the shaft in between. And the end. God, that gourd just, it wants to be painted so bad. I just don't know what to do with it. It'll come to me. It will come to me. I'll paint the top of the spear here as well. Always important. Yes, yes, yes. Huge. Alright. Base coating on the internal spear complete. And it looks like the skin has good enough coverage now as the base coat. What am I going to do with those parts? I'm tempted to do some metal here as well, but she's got a fair bit of like small metallics on her. So she's got obviously her little necklace thing. She's got this little crux thing. She's got this honeycomb bit in the middle. She's got this honeycomb thing here. She's got metal here. She's got all sorts of... She got all sorts of shit around here. Like, this is a lot of, like, gobbledygook of metal and bones. Are they bones? They are bones. Fuck, that means I'm going to have to go over them with bone. Oh well. Let's, for the time being, do... I don't want to do that now. Let's do the... You think I'd miss that? You think that I would miss that for 1 second? Do you think I'd miss that? My God. Because I missed it once, I'm not going to miss it again. I'm just going to touch up a little bit around the base coat of the boots. And then we can do... You know what? That gourd is speaking to me to be like a... It's got like Japanese writing on it. Like, it looks like it's got Japanese, like, hiragana or katakana on it. I know that's probably not what it is, but, like, let's have a look at this thing, right? Look at this. Look at this bad boy. You're telling me that ain't, like, Japanese? Look at that. That's that Japanese-style type beat. You know? Let's look at what's actually on her leg here as well. Come on, focus. You know you want to. There we go. Okay, so it's a crux and like a honeycomb and then like a... There's definitely a skull there. All right. You know what we're going to do? We're going to base that in a highlight for another color that I was going to use. All right, Mournfang Brown. Give me them Citadel paints, bro. First Citadel paint of the evening, aside from Ushap Dubone, I suppose. There we go. Oh, let's water that bad boy down. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, let's get a bit of that over here. Now I'm going to do about a 50-50 mix of Mournfang Brown with the base coat of, I think I did Rhinox Hide? Maybe? I don't know, whatever. No, I didn't. It was the Vallejo black brown. We're going to highlight these boots, baby. Highlight the boots. Now, essentially, at this stage, the highlight is going to be pretty much just almost everything on the base coat. Almost everything on the base coat. We're obviously going to leave the underside of the foot. And we're going to leave a little bit of a gap underneath some of these areas here between the heel, for example, and the and this like fold or the strap. There we go. Now, why am I doing this now? Why am I doing this highlight now? Is because I need this color for something else. Well, I need the next highlight for a base coat that I would be doing to these boots. So I'm just going to highlight it up now. We say fuck it, we do it now. Yeah, we're just going to leave a little bit of breathing room between a couple of the details there, nothing too major. There we go. And the heel. Just add a little bit of depth to the paint on the first pass here, because we're going to do a couple of layers with the leather and the boots and stuff like that. They're not the most impactful part of the model, but they are going to be something that, along with the skin, ties in pretty heavily to the most prominent part of the miniature. So we do want to have, especially like the belt and the like thigh strap thing, those are going to be pretty focal points. So you can't really skimp on them too much. Speaking of little thigh strap thing, I'm coming for you. I know, astonishingly as well, this Kingdom Death Survivor is not based on just the standard Kingdom Death terrain that I was using for almost everything. So you're actually going to get a tiny little bit of different basing here. Kind of big, kind of big. Some are saying huge. Excellent. And we'll leave the very part in between the thighs there dark. Good stuff. Okay. Now we are not going to highlight the axe with those blends, because we don't want it to look like leather. So that's an easy way of differentiating, because what I am going to do now is, with just straight Mournfang Brown, I'm going to hit the belt. We're going to do a belt base coat here. You see, like, the shaft of that axe has dried like woody, and now with the extra layer over the leather there, it actually looks like a bit more vibrant, a bit more, not fleshy, but that kind of is what I'm saying. Just a bit more virile, a bit more full of life. because leather is a skin, right? So it's not going to be like yes, dried cracked leather maybe, but the amount of times you need to paint that type of leather compared to normal is very small. I think I've only done like a dried cracked leather on like a literal corpse that I was painting it for a base of something else. Okay. Ah, yes, one of these portions where it's like right tucked in beautifully. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Great access here. I'm never going to be a sub-assembly guy, so I just have to get better at painting like this. You'll never catch me painting the head of a miniature on a little fucking toothpick lodged into a bit of cork. Fucking miss me with that. Miss me with that. That's for painters who have more time and more patience than I. Unless I was just doing like a head for some reason, doing nothing else but the head. So not using a detail brush for this or anything like that. We're just keeping it pretty easy on this on the base coat there. Now, how am I going to do that? You know what? I might do that in actual leather, not in tan bandage. In which case, I'm going to start with this color. I know it's finally gourd time. How exciting. Yeah, a little bit of milliput that I had to put around here, like, well, the gourd because I put it in a different place, but also the joints of this model. The sculpt wasn't as clean as I would like. I had to make some small additions, especially like where the arms met the body. That was like particularly rough for some reason on this sculpt. I don't usually have that problem with Kingdom Death, to be honest, so I don't mind every now and then having to step in. Bulk of the model quality is actually really, really good. Very rarely do I have to interject like that. Oop. All right. Which would mean that I have to go up and do these parts now as that as well. So let's do that, that. Yeah, when I was looking at this, I was like, nah, she looks like she could use a gourd hanging off the end. This is the kind of woman that looks like she'd hang a gourd off the end of her axe, you know? Rather than on her hip there, which, to be honest, it would make this model so that side heavy to have the gourd, like, hanging off her hip here, where it's placed in the original. I just don't like that. It's too much attention to one side. It leaves this all in like no man's land, you know? Nothing to draw the eye. Okay. Good. Good. I think we're ready for skin coat 2. It's feeling ready. It's feeling ready. Is there anything else I want to add to those areas? Probably not. If I do, I've got it on my palette anyway. Alright. You know the drill. Sunny Skin Tone, get out here. Let's do some more. More! Alright. Now this time, because the coat prior was so watery, I'm not going to add any more water. We're just going to go straight to Sunny Skin Tone, add it in. It's still going to be a pretty liquidy coat. And this one is going to be essentially like base coat 2. There's not going to be a huge amount of like picking out details or anything with this next coat. That will come later. Alright. Painting skin, baby. Yeah, so you guys can see that. Fantastic. Gee whiz, baby. Don't load the belly of the brush too much. You might get 3 brush strokes out. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to be pretty liberal with our application of this layer. All but like the most hectic parts in shadow, we will just hit with this skin layer. So this is almost like base coat 2, like I said. That is a lot of paint. Okay. Especially her legs here, which are like almost completely, there's like no shadow on them at all. Not even in between the thighs there. We're going to get that all painted. Now, we're coming up to our first exception to that. And that will be where we see the most shadow, which is kind of like under the arse, under the ass cheek, and like towards the groin. We're going to get a little bit of established shadow there. That's an area that catches nearly no light. There we go. Let's get that painted. Oh, we've got our first miss hit on the axe there. Nice, nice. First of many, I will say. Get used to that. Get used to that very much. Okay. How did I get sunny skin tone on my left hand? Crazy. Okay, she's kind of looking like Bart Simpson at the moment, but we will reel this in. Okay, let's go over to here as well. Again, we're going to be doing a little bit of shadow around this area here. Just a tiny bit, establishing that the more aggressive shadows are few and far between. But this is one of them. You want it to be quite fine. There you go. So on this other side here, it's too aggressive. Let's have a look at that. So it's not filled in enough. There we go. And let's get that part of the leg here as well. There we go. And now we simply do all the other parts of the skin. So this is why I didn't want to paint the metal too much here as well, because there's layers of skin like in between these areas. Now we are keeping another deeper shadow right there. Right here. In, again, around the sort of groin area. Let's touch up that bit at the very top there too. Good stuff. Fantastic. Let's move to the back. The back's a nice, easy, exposed area here for us to paint. Okay. Again, not a huge amount of detail with this first layer. Maybe just around where the small of the back reaches the base of the glutes there. We will do a little bit, but essentially the only part on the arms here will be the very creases of the arm. So you can see there where her arm is bent. We will be keeping that little bit of shadow there. And also, obviously, under the arm, too, will be kept a bit in shadow. But these parts of the hips and stuff like that, and even the spine at this point, we're not going to block in until right down here. Right there. And just a little. Just a little. Let's do that here. Yeah, ever so slightly going to preserve a little bit of that highlight there, right at the bottom of the back. The bottom of the back or the top of the bottom. You can pick however British you're feeling at the time. Alright. Good stuff. Let's flip her around a little bit after we've done this bit on the arm here. Now, keeping in mind, it's not going to be that important for us to like avoid the, say, the bikini straps and stuff like that. Because they will be details we pick out later. Also, we can always repaint over the hair, but now we're on a highlight layer, and that's going to take priority over most other layers until we get to their highlights as well. I'm going to preserve that little bit of bend in the arm there. It's not as bent as the other arm, so there's not going to be as much highlight to really consider. But still a little bit. Okay. We are going to do the front of this other arm. Awesome. That's basically the front of the arm is essentially everything on that arm. We'll do a little bit of work on the hands here. She will look very Marge Simpson for a bit. It's unavoidable, chat. Let it into your heart. I say this layer here of highlight, not super important that we have every recess here perfectly picked out, because we will be going to a detailed recess layer after this. But some of the deeper recesses around the armpit, around the fingers, those are the parts to pay attention to here. And obviously there'll be some parts around the bust there as well that will need to be kept dark and underneath. We don't need to really worry about places like this hip crease or anything in this particular pass. You probably do if the model is very, very muscular or extremely well defined. You probably would leave that little bit there showing, so you wouldn't paint completely over it with this second layer, but not in this case. She's just not jacked enough, chat. She's just not Himothy enough. Not enough. Okay, good. Nice. That does make this coat pretty much the easiest layer coat that we will do, because I don't need to do anything fancy with the stomach, which I will need to do later on. I just need to miss the underboob right at the join. Sub-assembly guys right now just being like, I fucking told you so. So much easier, bro. Nah, I'll take my chances. Nah, I'd win. Alright. Now, there is a part coming up on the side of this, of the bust here. Which we are going to highlight. And then we are going to miss a little bit there to keep the tonality in. So there is a part outside of the armpit here where we will do that. So just to keep that very dark shadow of the side boob preserved. There we go. Never forget the side boob shadow, chat. It's very important. And the under boob shadow. Never, ever forget. It's what you got to remember. When painting Kingdom Death, it teaches you a very important lesson. That is that boobs are three-dimensional objects. Okay. Layering. Now, with this, obviously, we want to get as close to that base layer sort of interaction point as possible. These highlights are actually going to get easier the smaller that they go, because we won't have to be as careful extending this as low as possible without meeting, which I find to be the most challenging highlight of the entire thing, because you got to keep it like a tiny little bit apart. Okay. Nice. Now, before we do the collar, because that collar area is also quite challenging, we're just going to go over, remember, what have we learned? What have we learned, chat? Say it with me now. Boobs are three-dimensional objects. Yes, sir. That is exactly what Kingdom Death has taught us. Very wise words. Wise words. Commit that to memory, chat. You're going to need it. After I impart all this painting wisdom on you, you'll know more about 3D boobs than you'll be able to handle. The women will be throwing themselves at you. Okay. That was okay-ish. And you can see that as this is drying, it's actually not looking as Marge Simpson. It will still look pretty aggressive for a while yet, because we haven't introduced the pale skin tones. So it's going to look pretty sunburst, shall we say. good. And I think we joined that area there. Yeah, good stuff. All right. Collar. Collar and FaceTime. All right, we've got a pretty good definition on the... Now, this is annoying because this is reflecting a lot of light and it's blocking what I can actually see. So let's just go with what I know is there. Now, this first layer here we will join to the bust because that's how skin works. But as we highlight up, we are going to separate those highlights. Good. Awesome. Now she's got a little bit of definition with her sternocleidomastoids on her neck. Getting in there's a different question. Okay, good. Keep in mind as well that that little medallion thing, we'll paint over that. We don't need to worry too much about that. Nobody breathe, chat. Nobody breathe, I'm fucking painting a tiny face, okay? Nobody fucking breathe. Hey, I heard that. Don't you fucking do that. Don't you bring that evil upon me. Oh my god, chat, I'm a monster. Alright. There we go. That is essentially the first layer of the skin. Now, what we're going to do is I think we now progress up the skin layers, as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to introduce now a paler skin tone into this mix. And I'm not going to go with a light flesh. I'll just do a normal skin tone. Oh, hello, Eli. Oh, hello. It was you. So we're going now with a skin tone, not a pale skin tone. Keeping in mind, as at the moment as well, the skin will look. I mean, it's going to look drastically better than the rest of the model until we actually paint the rest. But that is how we do it most times, unless I'm doing like a comp standard paint. But we just want to avoid any of the darker colors when you're building up that skin. That's why I did the axe and the boots there first. Got a sleeper agent right now in the chat. The YouTube chat of all things. Kick boys, it's not you for once. Okay, there we go. Okay, where are we going to go here now? This is where we're going to start introducing actual highlights into the mix. So it's just been essentially 2 base coats up till now, except her arse and boobs. And remember, what did we learn before, chat? What did we learn? That is that boobs exactly are 3-dimensional. Yes, sir. They have multiple sides. It's very important. Okay. Yes. So these ones here, this highlight there, is going to look a little bit more skin tonish already. And we're not going to go into the areas there where light isn't shining prominently. So we're hitting now essentially just the first, it's not the highlight, it is a layer. But essentially what I will classify now as ease of explanation is the first highlight. Yeah, the pink hair. The pink down shaded to purple, which will then be up shaded to pink. Because I can't paint red hair all the time. But I can secretly just paint pink, which is just red with more steps. Alright. You're disrupting Steve and Jesse's work time as the only YouTube boy. He's been holding the line. Actually, Steve and Jesse, I've never asked you if you are Steven or Jesse. Actually, I suppose those can be 2 things. It's a pink pompadour. You've heard of the Pink Pony Club? Get ready. The Pink Pompadour Club is here. Okay. So we're sketching in the... by sketching, I mean in the very most liberal term of sketching in the detail here, because this shade is not that much different to the previous base layer of skin. The reason for that is because female skin is very soft and supple, and it is not going to throw up a shitload of definition through each coat. So you don't want to make them too different from one another. Except around the arse, where there's an aggressive amount of shading because she's shelved up, all right? That's just how she's built. Different. So this is where we're going to have a quite aggressive difference there. You can see that the original base layer, before we did what I said was like the second base layer there, is still present. And we're going to make that pretty prominent as it goes through because no light is getting to that area. And highlighting is just where the light goes. Look at that beautiful, awful sketching. You don't have to be too crazy with the sketching initially, because a lot of this is going to blend straight in when this paint dries to the actual coat that we just did. It's ass painting time. That's right. That's right. Also, now you'll notice that I've switched to horizontal brush strokes rather than vertical. That's not just because this is easier. That is to introduce a little bit of skin texture. So I'm painting now in these like short strikes to introduce actual skin texture. If you want like a porcelain doll, you would continue long vertical brush strokes. But because I want this to look like a living thing, I am not doing that. Awesome. Marge Simpson no longer. Although Marge Simpson is probably going to be what I call her. Whoever in Kit came up with that, I've got to remember. Ooh, ass time. Very important. Very important highlight here. There we go. Can't be shortchanging her on the peach. Nobody breathe. We're painting an ass. Okay, there we go. Now, this is a good illustration point here of like, you do want to join, skin is continuous, right? You don't want like islands of muscle or like islands of ass that just make no sense. So don't be afraid to, especially people make this mistake with abs all the time. They just leave them as like the most distinct islands of muscle you've ever seen in your life. And it does not look good because skin does not work that way. Oh, there's an even more exciting close up to, well, it depends if you're an ass or a boobs kind of person, but trust me, there's plenty of excitement for everyone coming up. Why would you stop? That's all about work. That's what Kingdom Death is all about. Why make a pin-up line of miniatures if you don't want me to paint them, huh? Explain to me that. Riddle me that, Batman. All right, good. Also, as you're, if you're doing a little bit of blending later on, and I haven't decided how intense I'm going to go with this in terms of like glaze blending and stuff like that, doing these brush strokes and then having them as the terminus part of the colors that you're actually blending into will make it much, much easier to blend into. Because you'll have multiple little ends of the brush strokes in a feathered motion that when you're blending that paint in, it's going to almost like bite on the like microscopic little layer of the paint and the pigment that's left on there, and it will take up that glaze a lot easier and it will blend in a lot better. Depends how high you're going to push the contrast. Okay, it's boob time. Enough dilly-dally. All right. Now in this layer here, this is where we're going to start picking out the boobs from the collar before we join them together. But now it's boob time, and they're strong, independent. They don't need no collar. Focus. There we go. Nobody breathe. Nobody make a noise. You'll scare the boobs. Okay, there we are. Keeping that base layer and the layer we did before still visible, but only very, very slightly. There we go. And what did we learn? What did we learn? What did I just say? That's right, boobs are three-dimensional objects. They've got a side, a bottom, and a top. And we must keep that in mind. That information will serve you well, okay? There's going to be so much boobs in your life after you learn to paint like this, you won't even know what to do. And you'll think back to this moment. And you'll be like, thank God that I was told this so early on in my life. There we go. Now, as far as like the armpit area and the like side boob area here, we are going to highlight that, but we're only going to push the highlight into this flatter space here. Keeping in mind we will be just picking out that like bra string completely differently, so it's not going to matter if you get a little bit on that. But you're not going to then interrupt the flow of the color from the previous layer, because we're shading up only the more raised areas in this one. Oh my god, this part is very annoying to access. That's okay. We use the secret thumb rest on the head technique. Yes, focus on the axe. Beautiful. Okay. Just trying to paint some side boob, bro. Why won't you let me? Alright, chat. Premium viewing experience, but I need all of the viewing for myself. There we go. Good. And with this one here, again, just a very small highlight on that flat area. That's right inside there. We're going to drag that highlight up a little bit on the side of the bust there. And make you hit the... There we go. Okay. Now we want the part at the front to not have any of the previous layer highlight there, because otherwise that doesn't make much sense at this particular juncture of highlights. But there we go. Now we need to just go to the collar a little bit as well. We're going to separate the, whereas the previous one we dragged the highlight up into the collar area, we're going to start separating those details out now, because her, this is like a silly thing to say about Kingdom Death models, because they're all like this, but her bust is very prominent. So we've got to put some respect on the name. All right. There we go. And even just doing that, it's going to start to add a little bit more depth into that area there as we continue to highlight up. I'm going to do the shoulder here now. Get a little bit more paint in the belly of the brush for that. There we go. Now the armpit here, we're just going to be completely missing. So we're not going to be doing anything to there. The light, the journey of the armpit's light has finished. And we will be doing the other stuff around it instead. She's got like barely enough. I don't know how she's holding this axe, because her arms are very thin. Barely enough to lift the weight of her iPhone when she's scrolling reels, but that's okay. It's just not much muscle definition on those arms. So really the layer that we're doing now, we're just going to avoid the inside areas here, because there's not going to be a huge amount of light that comes into there. Now we are going to go a little bit onto that area just because this arm is fanned out a bit. But like on the inside of that, we're not touching it at all on the inside of the opposite arm. Just to create the effect that light is coming down from here. It's not going to color all parts of the skin. Top of the hand's going to get some light treatment though, absolutely. And the fingers. Alright, side of the hand, not as much, but we'll still get a little. And now the other arm, and then the face, and then the belly. Belly's going to get really annoying because the giant fucking axe is in the way. But that's okay. Sub-assembly will never be what I do. I'm never just going to keep that shit separate. Subassembly is just a crutch for people who can't paint really fine details behind other big things. Any cope that I can possibly have, subassembly boys come at me. Alright. As I said, with this arm here, not going anywhere near the body part of that arm. There we go. And we need to go around the front of the, I don't know if you call it, well, it is still a bicep, I suppose. It's just not exactly like a bulging, hulking bicep here. There we are. And we'll do the hand on that one as well. Now this hand, because it's facing underhand, it's not going to get a lot of light on the dorsal part of the palm. So we don't need to worry too much about that. But you are starting to get now the difference between the thumb and the definition in the palm. So we're going to try not to link those together, because if you open your own hand right now, you'll notice that it's not just one gelatinous blob. There's we're doing these two parts here separately. We have to start highlighting those. But the actual hand itself, its light journey, the back of the hand, its light journey is over. I might have to, for the stomach, I might have to unleash the Kolinsky Sable. I might have to actually get a half-decent brush. I've been avoiding doing anything but this layer brush here, but I think the time might have come. It's also FaceTime. Nobody breathe. Nobody blink. Nobody move. It's highlighting a face. Oh my god. Yep. He's doing it. Mom, get the camera. Okay. He's beginning to believe. Oh my god, he nailed it. Alright, let's make that look not like a skinwalker. There we go. Alright. Oh, my cat just got fed. You wait, he'll come down here and tell us all about it. He loves telling people all about it. Listen, okay, you don't have to have... When your axe is that big, all right, I just think it's funny that you don't have bigger biceps. All right, it's not a roast, it's just a statement. It's impressive. Her power to weight ratio is impressive. I'm not roasting anyone, I swear. Let's see, what else? Also, Marge, now canonically being who this character is. I brought this on myself, and I don't regret it. Stomach. I'm going to change brushes. I'm going to do a quick brush change here. Alright, we've got it. We're going to unleash the power of the artificer brush I found behind my fridge. This will surely go well. Alright. Yeah. I mean, true. She does need to hit the gym. The fact that she can swing this axe is quite frankly incredible. Oh my god, the brush from behind my fridge might actually not be the best play. Hold on. Alright, now's when we're going to sketch in detail. We're going to start hitting the shoulder blades, which were a little bit more raised. We're not going to completely separate the parts of the back here, as I said, because she's not big ass Marge. Yeah, true. She's not super jacked. I feel like we keep coming back to that. We are not roasting this character, but she's svelte. All right, her power to weight. She's like an ant. Her power to weight ratio is absolutely to be lauded over the other survivors, but. God, that weight is pretty terminal. But you see where we're sketching in sort of the detail now on her back. So it's going to make it a little bit more apparent, but it's going to keep it softer because we didn't go as aggressive with that sketching as, say, we normally would. For example, this next part on the small of her back here leading down to the butt is just going to be a spine. I'm not going to pick out any of the highlights until we get to the front there of the back of the rib cage or her hips or anything like that. because she's gonna need a little bit more muscular definition before we start doing that crazy stuff. Where are we now? That's a funny statement. I was saying that before. You must have been at work, Stephen. It's usually just you versus the Kick Boys, and you can never interact with each other. It's quite funny. Okay. All right. So we're just doing, because she's kind of like leaning a little bit, we're just doing that little tiny bit of detail there. Also, under the fridge, or behind the fridge brush, it's kind of okay. I don't know if it's great, but it's not terrible. It's nice and thin. We like that. It's not holding a point. It is really not holding a point, which is kind of annoying. Okay, we go down the spine here now. Yes. You're in a parallel universe, Stephen. That's what's happening. You know, the only difference, aside from you not being alone in this chat, in this parallel universe, can you guess what it is? You'll never guess. I'm going to tell you because I know you're at work. The only difference is that I have a BBL in this universe. That's the only difference. How do you know you're in a parallel world? I don't know. It's really tough to figure it out. Random streamer that I tune into sometimes just... He didn't look the same. Yeah, there's something about him. All right, stomach time. I've been putting this off. Oh my goodness. The axe being right there is very, very annoying. Okay, that's okay. We can do this. We can do this. Come on, brush. Look at the beautiful tip it's holding. My God. Yes. Oh, God. I so badly wanted this brush to... Because this is technically a Citadel Artificer brush. But I found it... I found it literally behind my bar fridge. So we didn't have the highest hopes. But... Okay. It's alright. I can definitely use it for this coat. I'll have to change to my super expensive brush later. I'll definitely use fridge brush for this coat. Oh yeah. Yeah. Fridge brush pulling through. I don't know why I'm doing this as like a self-imposed challenge. There's literally nothing stopping me from just picking up my sable brush. But I'm not one to give up. Mama didn't raise no quitter. God, the point on this is awful. It's like painting with a shovel. Okay, nope, that's fine. You give me a shovel, I will dig you up some gold. That's what's happening here. As long as I don't have to dig any more than this first layer. There we go. Okay, we're going to keep her belly button unpainted with this layer. Keep it shaded. Advantage of not picking out that detail on her belt before is that I can just absolutely cook it with this layer and just go over it again later. It's about using your brain. Okay. Okay, did I do the... I did not. Now remember, I've got it. You gotta follow your own rules as well as preach them. Remember, boobs are 3-dimensional, fellas. We have to highlight underneath as well. There we go. So much more lifelike now. I assume. I've never seen one. Okay, there we go. Alright. Skin layer 2 is... Oh, hold on. Almost got me. Almost got me. Almost proclaimed it was done without it being done. Wouldn't that have been embarrassing? All right, now skin layer 2 is done. Actually, there's one thing I want to do to that while we're waiting. Oh, there we go. I'm going to pick this up. I'm going to take this off camera because it's going to look brutal. Okay, there we go. Nothing happened. Definitely did not just use a file on this model after painting it. That's what I didn't do. But you know what? You'll never have to know. You will never have to know. Don't you worry your pretty little head. Okay. Unfortunately, the Artificer brush from behind my fridge has not lived up to my expectations, and it is time to unleash Artis Opus Kolinsky Sable number 0, which sounds like a fancy lipstick. And we are going to start doing the meat and potatoes of the light part of the skin. Now, to our beautiful original kombucha culture of skin here, we are going to add in some light flesh tone. We are not going to mix that with the Kolinsky Sable brush, because that would be bad juju. We are going to mix that with shield. Like, those with a weaker constitution may wish to look away when I show you the condition of this next brush. Oh my... Oh god. It's alright. He's a really nice person, I hear. He's got a great personality. Eye broccoli, but a brilliant dude. Hung like a horse. Okay. We've now mixed up a pale skin tone. And we now have a brush. Look at how beautiful this brush is. What a crazy mog compared to that absolute catastrophe I just showed you then. Isn't that incredible? Isn't that incredible? Alright. Let's load up. Oh my god, it's just instantly better. It just works. It just works. Okay. What we're going to be doing now is we're going to be painting now a more aggressive highlight over the very much the light catching areas here. Because we've moved into the pale skin tone, we now are going to introduce separation in the actual skin. Yeah, that brush is in... he's seen some things. You know, that brush has... that brush is that, like, 1 day away from retirement ass brush. You know? That is... He doesn't have much left to give, but I'm asking him to give it anyway. Good stuff. Now, separating skin in, like, an area that is not, like, clearly defined as, like, separation can sometimes be a little bit hard as to what to pick to separate. But all I can say is that you're not going to get it wrong. Skin's like organic, and then if someone comes at you with, why did you highlight that? Bro, just tell them she dropped a flashlight, and this is as the flashlight is rotating in the air. It caught that particular part, and they'll literally have nothing to say to you, but my god, you're an artistic genius, and your vision is so great, and mine was so limited, I apologize. Just blame it on object source lighting. It's just an object you can't see providing the source. You know, that's the hack. They don't want you to know that one. God, this brush is nice. Holy shit. And to think it was only $100. See, when you compare that to, like, fridge brush, right? You bang for brush stroke, alright? I almost said bang for stroke. That was a different thing entirely. We'll talk about that later. But it's actually, you know, fridge brush starts to make a case for himself. So on, like, this thigh area here, I'm probably not going to join it up to the main highlight of the front of the leg. I'm just going to bring that light down here to the side. All the raised areas of the leg there that are really going to catch light. And I'm not really going to join it up to this front part, despite it being part of that same sort of leg structure. Because we're really going to be pulling the light and the attention where to where the light actually is. All right. Now we start with the arse, you know, of course. There we go. And we're going to be, with this more pale skin tone, we are just going to be going over the parts where, it's going to catch the most light, but you'll start to see now that this is going to be adding quite a lot of like realism and definition to the skin. We've got one more layer that we'll do after this, but this is going to start to make a huge difference as to how this actually looks. I always say as well that don't judge your skin tone before you've actually put all the other colors on the model that are going to draw out the vibrance of that skin tone, because it can look a little flat without them, but then you actually hit the like surrounding area highlights, get the values of the entire model really, really high, and then the skin starts to, it's not that it's muted, it just starts to really tie in a lot nicer. And what you might have thought was a little bit washed out or a little bit, you know, not popping as much as you thought, will really start to drag the attention towards it. You wait until we do the axe properly, for example. That's going to be massively impactful because it's another big pale area. And the axe and the skin are the thing that's going to draw the eye the most. Alright, let's do that. Okay, we're going cheek cam again. Cheek cam. Let's see it. There we go. There we go. Get that part on the upper leg there as well. Again, really only doing the parts here that are going to really catch that light, but still making sure that we're not getting an unrealistic flow of light away from certain areas. Again, see now how I've created kind of depth there for the model. Like it's very obvious on the arse, which is why I'm using it as the as the point of instruction here. But you'll notice there that the shadows actually are kind of being dug in now a little bit, and it's more shadow on the leg that she's got dragged back towards the viewer, because that's how arses work. that's just, yeah, you know, that's just how it is. All right, boob time. I need quiet on set. There we go. Now we're going to be putting this, as I said, don't worry too much about the bikini because we're painting over the top of that, but we're going to be dragging that highlight down quite far, because you've got to remember that if the light is coming from the front, which is the easiest way to paint the light, is to come from like this, like up here, it's going to catch a lot of the front of the model. So we're going to be putting that right on the line of the bikini there. We're not going to leave any shadow there. All the shadow is going to be created by the actual transition back towards the median of the body. And remember, say it with me now, boobs are three-dimensional. Yes, sir. Right on the bottom there. Now, we are going to be, this highlight here, you notice that we're going progressively higher up towards the bikini line there with that one to create that three-dimensionality. But you can see how much shade we've already added in to the side profile there. We're just going to keep doing that to really give, as we said, you can sort of sketch in your own detail and depth into a lot of these areas, and that's exactly what we're doing. Good stuff. Now, we're going to be a little bit more sparing with the highlight now when we go over the shoulders and arms and stuff like that. We're just going to pick out the really raised part. Like we've been unceremoniously roasting for most of this, she don't got much like in the terms of muscle mass. She just kind of like skin loosely draped over bones when it comes to her arms. So it's actually pretty easy to just pull the light down from the top of the shoulder and then a little bit down the upper arm. With the back here, this is probably an easier way to demonstrate this. We're just going to be doing a line down here and a line up to the elbow. And then there's a bit of separation between the elbow and the next part of the highlight. So we'll do that there. because she doesn't have a... there's no forearm action, nothing going on here. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. There we go. All right, let's do the other side there. Hello, Ivar. He's being so well behaved. Okay. All right. Again, pushing right up to the line of the clothing there. We're not going to follow this highlight all the way up like we've been doing with the others. We're going to create some separation there. Only a little bit on this side though. There we go. Awesome. And I'm probably going to take that. Don't be afraid to like adjust your like highlights as you're going as well. Like if something looks a little bit too dark, take it a little bit higher. There we go. Fantastic. Yes, Ivar the cat is currently telling everyone who will listen about how good his last meal was. Aren't you, Ivar? Hmm? He's jingling around in the background. Alright. Now, for example, on this area here, on the sternum, usually you're going to have the sternum muscles start to, sternum bones, in her case, start to be a little bit more prominent, and I'm going to sketch those in. Just so it's not like a massive delta of nothingness from like bust to collarbone. There we go. Yeah, awesome. Okay. We're going to do the other arm here. And Ivar has successfully run away. He just came in to like loosely nibble on one of the cardboard boxes and then just... Blah, you fools. The back's probably going to be a lot more of the detail than it was in previous layers. The rest is just sort of smaller parts of what we did before. But the back will have an interesting component to it. There we go. I'm going to just sketch in that shoulder. And then, again, with that little bit of highlight over the elbow. There we go. And there'll be just a flat line because she's got no bicep to speak of, unfortunately. But there is an arm there, which is something. There we go. Okay. All right, back time. Let's rinse the brush off. Get a clean belly brush here. Put it in the mouth for good measure, as you do. Carcinogens. Delightful. Let's see. So, we're going to be now picking out essentially the most raised parts of the back here. So, picking out the parts of the shoulder blade there that are just before the definition that we sketched in the last step. Picking out the parts that are running down the spine here. Not going too crazy with the sort of lapping to the side there. There's not a whole lot of definition to be picked out there. Now, when we get to this portion that's sort of connecting the arse and the lower back, this is where we're going to start putting in a little bit more of the detail. So we're still going to have the spine there. Obviously, we didn't just remove her spine, but there's going to be a couple of layers around the natural curvature of that sort of lower back area where we're going to start differentiating. There we go. So you can see there, I didn't do the spine part yet on the on that side, but we started to sketch in a little bit more around the raised areas here, and it's very subtly creating detail. It's not heavy-handedness when you're dealing with, as I say, like a more smooth skin. Now, from the same mind that bought you boobs are three-dimensional, I'm about to hit you with the secret truth. Asses are three-dimensional too. I know, let that sink in. It's like when I said to you that brown was just dark orange. I know it might take a bit, but you do have to start sketching in the upper glute. There we go. And now we'll draw in the spine, and it just gives it a little bit more realistic tone. But we haven't introduced this detail until now because it's not super, super prominent and defined. So if you do it really early, you get obviously a very harsh transition. And with like soft feminine skin, quite often it doesn't look like quite normal. There we go. So we essentially now just painted in her back there, and you can see it's now looking like an actual human back, like, and it doesn't look like a bodybuilder's back. It's not like separate like islands of muscle there, because as we said, she's just not a big gal, and that's okay. She's somehow able to swing the axe, and that's all that counts. Now, on this area here, we're going to pick out the light part of her iliac crest, the crest of the hip. That's right, that's another one. Chalk it up like sternocleidomastoid. Didn't expect to hit that in the middle of the painting, did you? And we're going to start picking out her belly. Which, okay, I can't just say she's got like no arms and then a belly, because that has like the connotation of like she got a big beer gut on it. But like the stomach, I suppose. Even then, she don't got no... Listen, we're going to just pick out this part. I'm just going to call it that, this part. And we're going to sketch in realistic detail about this, because every single person, regardless of whether they're jacked, skinny, chubby, whatever, there is definitional difference between the abdominal wall of the stomach and the side of the body and the stomach. There is difference. And if it's not super muscular and prominent on the model, what you do is you just wait until the second last highlight here, or until deep into your highlight process, to start actually differentiating them. And it just gives that soft transition between the two areas, rather than, you know, if you had some dude with like a rippling 8-pack here, you'd be picking that out pretty aggressively early on. All right. There we go. Now this part is very annoying because there's a giant fucking axe in the way, but you'll be able to see a little bit in a second of what I'm talking about. People are like, oh, if you're going to do object source lighting and there's an axe in the way, then why won't you just ignore that part? And don't get me wrong, bro. I love how your mind works. That's a very lazy, cool way to do that. And I wish that I had the capacity to just ignore that part of the painting. I do love where you're coming from, though. And if you use that excuse on me, I would be like, yeah, bro, get it. But I've already told you, I'm the dude that picks the model up, goes to the hardest place to reach and be like, see, you missed that area, huh? Weren't feeling up to that one. All right. Fantastic. Now, where we're sort of suffering a little bit here is up the very top, where her, and this is what I was talking about, we want to avoid. Up the very top here, where the sternum and the sternum and the bust meet, where there's a little chain there, I don't want this to look like some sort of like weird island. So I'm going to just sketch that detail completely in. There we go. Fantastic. So that when that dries, it's, yeah, fantastic. What we don't want, as I said, is like little islands of flesh that doesn't look normal. It's too defined, too much shadow in those areas where there would actually not be that much at all. There we go. All right, and now we are going to do everyone's favorite part, the first highlight on the face. What I would call the easiest part of the entire thing. Easily the fucking most ridiculous part of the entire thing, because now we actually have to start painting face detail. Oh my gosh. Quiet on the set. He's painting cheekbones. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You usually have to pay extra for that kind of action. Oh, yeah. Like Jordan in his prime. Just sinking basket after basket here on the face. There we go. All right. Good stuff. Now, we do have one more skin highlight to do. And this is going to be adding in, and by adding in, I mean very generous, with a generous donation of light flesh to the mix for one last hurrah. And this is going to look like ivory at this point, because we've barely got any of the original skin mix left. Which is good, but it means that you can't be really, really crazy with this highlight, because if you do, it's just going to create that island problem that I mentioned before. So we're going to be very sparing with this highlight. Sometimes I will go up a couple more times as well, like for Aeneas, and I did lots of blending and stuff like that. We'll see how we go. This is just a generic axe person. Let's not get crazy. I do need this for a game, though. So there is the argument to just kind of go ham. Wow. That is... You've drawn so much of that tip out. Oh, my goodness. Let's actually get a tip on the brush, shall we? May as well paint with an actual fucking orb on the end of a stick. There we go. All right. And now we're going to be focusing on the light. So these highlights will be the smallest, but arguably the most impactful. You're not going to really even be able to see them after they dry, but they're going to make a lot of difference. They drag all the rest up into a different, almost like a different color sphere entirely. And we want to try and keep these on these areas here where it's very much like a thigh or anything like that. We want to try and keep it kind of like an oval shape to the highlights, or a dot. Just because that is how skin works. Okay. I'll obviously get the bits that are on the front of the knee, but it's going to be much more sparing than the previous layers. There we go. Extend it a little bit out here. And of course you want to keep this inside your previous layer of highlight. We're going to do the same thing now out on the outer part of the leg here. Keeping in mind that this part of the hip out here is probably one of the most exposed parts to light in the entire model. So we can be a little bit aggressive with that here. But still tapering down much quicker than we did before. There we go. And we're going to do a little tiny bit down the entire outer part of the leg. This is why you want to brush with a good tip for that kind of stuff, because that is like extremely fine work. Now on the upper part of the glutes, the most important part of the model. We just want to hit that. That's obviously going to catch like a shitload of light, so it's okay to have quite a bit of highlight there. And obviously it's Kingdom Death, so it's going to be like a pretty prominent part of the model. But let's be a little bit more conservative as we go down the back of this leg here. Now, this model also has like a whole bunch of different cuts and stuff on her leg. We're going to be doing those in their own little section right at the end. Okay, excellent. Let's do the other side here as well. Good stuff. Make that a little bit more continuous with the normal flow of light. Hit that on the very top. Good stuff. And you can see there it's adding in so much to that like character to that skin that it didn't have before, which is essentially what we want here. So this is now serving as the vehicle to just boost all the other stuff that you've done. It's not a standalone thing. This layer of highlight is very much going to be dependent on your previous layers more than anything else. There we go. All right. And now you sort of see that there's that like pale realisticness of the skin on the legs. And we're going to be doing that, hopefully, for the entire rest of the model here as well. Now, I need a better tip than this brush has been giving me. Come on now, Kolinsky. You're fucking choking right when we need you. Right when the boobs are coming into play, boy. Ain't that the way? That's how you know you're working with a male paintbrush. Alright, there we go. Excellent. Good stuff. As we are saying, three-dimensional. These are three-dimensional objects. And we're going to keep that interaction right up to that sort of bikini line there. Good stuff. We're only really doing this on the parts that are absolutely going to catch like the most light. So the thinnest highlights thus far. But they're going to add so much depth to this. Very much a lot of depth. Again, not a huge amount on the shoulders and front of the arm here, but a little bit. When it comes to the elbows and stuff now, we're really just getting the point of the elbow. We're not doing a huge amount, much more. Less is more, essentially, with this layer. So we're obviously going to have a little bit on these more raised areas. I'm trying to sketch in muscle where none exists, just to give her a little bit of tricep, you know, otherwise it just makes no sense. But there's actually not a huge amount to do here. I'm keeping that textured sort of brush stroke that I've been using, because I do want there to still be a little bit of like grittiness and life to the skin. Especially in like something like Kingdom Death, where they're, like the name suggests, it's not a happy place. It's not like the, you know, these people aren't getting like mani-pedis every single day. Now we're going to pick out a little bit on the back here, and it's going to be the higher up parts of the shoulder blades. There we go. The very raised part around the spine. You can see how light I'm actually going with these now. Like the brush strokes are incredibly fine because I'm not putting on much at all there. There we go. Come on now, work with me, not against me. There we go. And we're just going to be picking out the most sort of raised details around here. So sketching in essentially the upper curvature of her glutes, because she's essentially wearing a belt instead of underwear. So there's going to be a bit of top glute show through here. Praise be. All right. And then we're going to be doing the crest of the hip on the side and tie that a little bit up onto the back there, because you can see that front from the back, which is not generally desirable, but in this case it's fine. There we go. Excellent. Now the stomach is an interesting area here because it's probably not going to be picked out too much, but I'm going to pick out a little bit that we can see around here. Just the very, very most raised part. She is wearing underwear. We just haven't painted it yet, so she may as well not be. She's going into battle in the full Warkini. What are you talking about? She's got plenty of armor. I don't know how anyone's going to get through. like the Ramette. The Ramette was literally just wearing a belt. Like there was no other clothing to speak of on the Ramette. All right, and we're going to pick out the fingers with this layer as well. This one we want good separation on those fingers, on the fingies. And you're going to be doing a little bit of stippling on the top of the hand there, just to give it some more lifelike detail. And do not forget the knuckle of the thumb and the detail that we so lovingly crafted into that other hand. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. Good stuff. Now, at this point, we got the face left. Yeah, exactly. You're caging one of your finest assets of distraction, assuming there's... I mean, in Kingdom Death, I suppose there are some, like, outwardly just human male enemies. It does happen. Okay, face. Let's concentrate. It's actually not that hard. The real hard part of this face is going to be painting the fucking eyes, as it always is. Excellent. All right. Now I've got exciting news for you. It's essentially time to move on to the next part, which means that this skin tone, I will probably do a little bit of, depending on how it looks after I've picked out the rest. But now, as messy as it looks here now, we have got the skin down, which means that we can start doing the rest of the stuff. Now, my pink color that I was using before, mixed with black to make the hair, I'm going to do a couple of touch-ups with that, because I've successfully managed to paint quite a bit of that with our skin tone color. And I want to be able to layer up. I'm not going to be using any washes or inks or anything on this bad boy here today, because we already did that dance last week. And I'm not painting like that again. Okay. I'm going to paint it how I want. Not in a weird style. People say that style is faster. It really, really isn't. Maybe in an alternate universe where I have a BBL, it's faster. There we go. Okay, touch up on the hair done. Now, I really should have applied some of these washes and stuff beforehand, but what we're going to do now is we're going to create a way that I've just thought of, literally as I was talking, of picking out the bone here from the teeth. Because essentially those things are usually pretty similar. I don't want those things to be pretty similar. I want those things to be different. Because they're the focal part of this. So... Alright, I've got two things that I need here. Oh yeah. Yeah, here we go. Turn the skill level down to 0, baby. It's contrast paint time. Here we go. You know I hate them, but you know I can't avoid them. Alright, we're going to do Skeleton Horde as the bone part. And then we're going to do a sepia wash. So we'll use a contrast paint on the bone and then a sepia wash over the teeth. I don't want them to blend together. Usually it's okay if they blend together, but not in this situation. I want them to be very different, because otherwise it's just going to look like bone the entire way through. And for reasons I cannot explain, I can assure you that teeth and bone are the same but different. And I want to express that. God, contrast paints. You just... speed paints, contrast paints. Learn to paint and then use them. That's my main problem with them. Right? I feel like you don't do enough with these. Like, you see all the speed paints and people are like, I painted this in like 10 minutes using 6 contrast paints. And I'm like, yeah, you did. In the same way that if I dip this in a fucking bowl of paint, I will have painted it in 2 minutes. Exactly. Teeth. Tooth. I do like painting teeth. As long as they're different to bone. As long as they're slightly different. These teeth here will be sponsored by Colgate. This is going to look nothing like the bone. Okay? This is going to be Colgate Optic White. You're going to start seeing this Kingdom Death miniature on all their ads. You just wait. Also, I will paint the lower part there in a Gore Grunter, which to make it fur. Because as I said, I'm working under the conspiracy that this spear is driven through a skull to make the axe. I think that's what they're going for here. So I think this part at the top is like ruptured skull, and I think the part at the bottom is the King Spear fur. I think that's how that's working. If not, I'm just going to say it is. Much like Aeneas's weapon, everyone was like, oh, it's metal. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's stone. And if it isn't, I painted it that way anyway. So there you go. Folk gonna have that. You can't tell me that something with a cutting edge that thick was made of metal. Why would you not just make a club at that point? All right. And see, even just adding that, and this is, I mean, this looks like nothing. This looks like I just dipped it in piss. But like really, really dehydrated piss. This does turn out really piss looking, unfortunately, when it dries. But when I, even just adding that, the skin is starting to contrast even more with what we put on. So it's going to continue to like harmonize with all the different values of the stuff that we're going to put on there. All right, let's get some Gore Grunter. I don't mind if this blends in with the skeleton horde. Gore Grunter fur. That is exactly what I am putting on here for these two little bits of fur. Oh yeah, more contrast paints, baby. Take my skill, just put it in a blender. We don't need it anymore. We've got contrast paints. They're useful for certain things. I just don't think you should start there. And everyone's like, oh, I don't have enough time to paint these things. I'm just going to paint them with contrast paints. It's like, dude, just... Man. It's just you're missing so much. Okay. Now I think we go sepia. Where did I put that? Got like an enormous rack of paints next to me that I now have to find this in. There you go. I cannot wait for this character to just be like obliterated in 5 seconds. just absolutely mollywopped. It'll feel really good. Be like, yeah, I finally have a survivor with a bone axe. Oh, cool! Can't wait to use it. Well, that was a fun 5 minutes. Typical Kingdom Death. Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. So now you can see that the shade that I'm applying here is keeping these teeth visually distinct from the bone of the axe. That is what I'm fucking talking about. Also, I'm being very aggressive with this shade, but do be very, very careful that you don't have... when you paint heavily with shades and washes, much like oils, don't let them pool in like on the flat areas like this. See this shit right here? No, that is bad. You want it to all drag into the recesses, but you want to paint it, wait a minute, come back and wick off the excess, because otherwise you're just gonna, it's just gonna look like shit. And that is essentially that method of like GW painting that I mentioned before that we did last week. It's just like someone was like, oh yeah, you can speed paint with that so quickly. It's like, dude, maybe, but base coat, wash, dry brush, not exactly gonna leave you with the Mona Lisa. They're not going to be hanging your little mini in the Louvre. To be fair, they're not going to be hanging anything that I put in the Louvre. Oh, there we go. Good. And you can see here that, like, because of gravity, it's pooling down here quite a lot more. It's just running down those areas. We do kind of want to wick that off somewhat. Not all the way. I'm okay with it being a little bit more defined, but we do want to get rid of a little tiny bit of that. Excellent. Good stuff. And now the teeth are already looking like ever so slightly, because they're still going to be relatively similar, but we don't want it to look identical. Okay, now that we've done that, I think it's hair time. I'm about to unleash the Vallejo pink. Look at this. Look at this beautiful beast of a color. This just, what, you know, there's all these fancy names, you know, for these paints, just like camouflage black, brown, and sunny skin tone. What's this? Pink, motherfucker. This is just pink. Maybe you've heard of her. But this will be our first highlight on the hair. First of 2, maybe 3, depending on how I'm feeling. Also, this is like such a wild pompadour. I don't actually. I'll just have to see how this how this highlight actually goes on, and how it looks. All right. Oh, this is a very, 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 very thick color. My God. It is pink hair time. That it is. It is also water the fuck out of that pink, because holy shit. I keep forgetting that, like, pink is essentially just red, and it comes with all the, like, heavy pigmentation of red. And I'm like, I won't have to thin it that much. Wrong. I heard you wanted to work with toxic sludge. Okay. That's a bit better. Alright. Let's go with the strands here. See how you start turning out when I do this. Essentially just want to pick out some of the more raised areas of the hair. When it gets up to like the tighter weave of the pompadour on the top, we'll be doing something a little different for that. You can dry brush hair, obviously, but when it's on a model this small, it's just going to look like shit. Dry brush on things that are not naturally occurring can look a little rough. Like, if it's on a tree, or like a, I don't know, like a big club or something, go for it, dude. But dry brush on, like, say skin, for example, dark proposition, bro. Someone tells you to dry brush the skin, I don't know, reconsider your entire relationship with that person. That's some dark shit. That's contrast paint talk right there. It's the contrast paint weaveling its way into their mind, taking their skill and just flushing it down the toilet. Alright, so we're kind of getting a little bit more. You can see how much, and obviously when we do the final highlights here, it's going to add quite a lot to that. But even just the natural way that the light is catching on that will show you where we're going to put the big highlights. So this initial layer here, we're doing quite heavily. We're leaving a little bit in the recesses, but we're doing quite an aggressive, what I would call a layer, but everyone keeps telling me these are highlights, so we'll just call it a highlight. I don't know, I make up a lot of things, just bear with me. So just it's what I've always called it, so there we go. It's like glaze bending. Someone's just like, that's just called glazing. I don't know, man. There's like 15 different ways to glaze. You're gonna tell me they're all just falling under the same thing? Every single one is just a glaze? I don't know about that. Okay. What other hair parts can I pick out? Alright, well, there are these really obvious ridges up here. Got a pompadour. I'm telling you, eventually Pompadour's day will come. Fashion is cyclical. It will have its day again. And God, I will be there to appreciate it. Female pompadour is such a power move, by the way. That's crazy. I love it. That's incredible. I'm yet to ever see a female pompadour in real life. I got a Japanese homie who rocks a pompadour, but I'm yet to see like a this. This is like the full length of the head. We're talking scalp deep pompadour. Oh, this is about to be the most cool. When you're finger resting like this, you know that it is. That is it's dark. It's dark. It's very dark. All right. So essentially, with this hair, what we're trying to do here is just establish the grains of the hair and the direction of those grains. So this squiggly part at the front, for example, we're just going to do a nice little pompadour squiggler across the front of that. There we go. Excellent. So it doesn't have to be, because hair is a natural thing. Yeah, exactly. Finger action unexpected. You're telling my body. Whenever I have to brace against my own finger, it's fucking dark. I'm like, surely I will be very stable by bracing against the thing that initially was not stable. Yeah, that's just that's painter logic for you. Okay, he's doing it. He's beginning to believe. I almost always will start with the side highlights here and then just join them at the top, because the top is much easier. There we go. Now, you can probably see as well here that the combining of these paints and just the natural pigmentation of pink, I think, mixed with black, and made it quite matte and dry. I'll probably hit this with a glaze at the very end. Not a glaze, an effects paint like shine. So to make it look like she's got shiny hair. But I will do that right at the end, and I will thin the fuck out of that varnish, because you don't want it to look like she's got, like, I don't know, a plastic head. You just want it to look like the hair is alive. Whereas sometimes with the paints, it doesn't happen often with standalone reds, but when you mix black into things, it can just kill whatever you're mixing it into, which is a cross we all must bear. There we go. All right, we've highlighted the hair. The pompadour is kind of popping. I'm not going to lie. I just need to do a little bit more around here. All right. There we go. She's pompadoured up. Look at her. She's pompadourable. Man, she needs eyes painted in. That's ooh, without the eyes. Damn. All right. After that brief distraction, I don't even know what. You know what? Because I didn't paint red hair. I think I'm going to treat myself to a red bikini. That's what I think I'll do. A little treat. Not right now, but later. That'll be from me to me. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint some of the cords and wraps that she has around her hands, etc. I'm going to do that in a deck tan. Little tan deck. Thin that down quite a bit. Now, everyone makes the mistake with deck tan, because it's like, deck tan is like it tastes like chicken of paints. All right, this paint can be used for a base for almost everything, but if you're doing like weathered bandages and stuff like that, like these here, which you can apply, and I'm going to be pretty careful when it comes to the edge of this because it's right near the skin, which you can apply to, like, you could do this as like but we did with the, with Old Joe, you could do it like that with a bone base and then highlight up and make it look like a Egyptian papyrus sort of cloth deal. Or you could thin out deck tan, put it over black, and then hit it with a black wash, and then just go home. And it looks like a really, really good weathered bandage. And that one right there, you can take that money to the bank. But yeah, deck tan, thin it out a bit. Well, you should be thinning all your paints, Mr. Thin Paints. But thin it out a bit, and then you only need to do one coat. It will not have complete coverage over black. That's fine. That's what we want on these more weathered bandages. And then for the, if you're doing like cords and stuff, which I'll do like on her upper arm there, where she's got some cords attaching things, that's when I use a more full-bodied deck tan, which I will then use with a very small brush to trace over those cords. Good stuff. All right. Fantastic. All right, see what I mean here? when that dries, I don't know if that's showing too well, but you can see there that the black is showing through a little bit. Great. We kind of want that. That's going to mean that that we get a really good weathered result when we do the most simple way to get just chords and wraps and stuff looking weathered. You know I'm painting to kill when I do like a multiple highlight on this sort of area of the. I think the only time I've ever done that on camera was with Aeneas. That's when I'm really feeling my shit, you know? It's when I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Let's turn this small paint project into like a 2-dayer. Or just an absolute brain rot spectacular of just... You know how your parents always used to say, you're going to get square eyes if you watch the TV for too long? And I wonder what it... You know, I feel like that's the sensation I get when I paint for like 10 hours. I also feel like that nearly never happens in an adult life for me because I don't have that much time just laid out. But it's like a very acute feeling of like drunkenness afterwards. It's like, where am I? You know when you have a nap, like as an adult, and then you wake up and it's kind of like shells falling? You kind of wake up in a panic. Where am I? What year is it? My wife forgets me. All of my friends have passed. How long has it been? You know, that kind of energy. Okay, I think those are the wraps done. Now, if I'm going to paint that as a red bikini, I won't need it for that, but I will need it for that. Okay. Say hello to the smallest brush I own. You're going to have a very fun time with Mr. What is this guy's name? Vallejo Synthetic Detail and his, like, 20 bristles. He's so small, he doesn't even... To the naked eye, it appears like there's nothing there. And by that, I mean the camera. There we go. This is a real tiny, real small boy. And this is for picking out chords and shit. Like, oh my gosh. The trouble with these brushes, and the reason that people hate them, is because they dry before you're able to paint whatever you're painting. So, like, as you're bringing it over to whatever you're painting, the drop of paint that it holds in its in the bristle belly dries, like, almost immediately. But you know what we call that? We call that a fucking skill issue, brother. Just paint faster. There we go. All right. So any of these, like, charms and cords and shit around her, like, the belt and area here, we're going to be smaller than my eyeliner brush. I would hope so. This is a, like, very, very small brush. Unless you got them, like ant eyes. Like, you're going to need a bigger brush than this. And what else here? There is a bone totem charm thing there that I kind of want to pick out. But there's also the charm around her neck. This is high stakes poker right here. This is maximum damage if we fuck up time. Emotional damage. It's okay. Just breathe. Zen. Zen. Very easy. Very easy. No, I'm talking like you have to have the same size eyes as a Kingdom Death 35mm miniature. That is because this is what I used to paint their eyes. And this I feel like is like a this could be like a medieval club when I go in to paint those eyes as well. It feels like I'm wielding a fucking gigantic implement of battle, not like it. It's because the eyes on the Kingdom Death models are so small. Okay. Now, where is my bone color? There we are. Oh, it's all dry. Beautiful. If there's one thing I like, it's putting a very expensive brush into dried paint. I love the way the bristles just recoil in horror. A personal favorite of mine. You got to do that every now and then to your Kolinsky brush. You just got to jam it into some dried paint. Just to, you know, keep it honest. This... I've pointed this out before, but, like, I got this one paintbrush, bro. This thing... This is... You thought that other paintbrush was bad. This one... This is kind of... It's kind of like a shameful... Listen, I've had this for probably 20 years. This paintbrush is probably older than some people that will watch this. But, like, this bad boy right here, what you're seeing there is raw wood, by the way. This thing here, and this was a straight brush at one point in time. Mr. Delta 942 series Toray China. Me and this bad boy have been through some very dark times. That paintbrush, he just doesn't die. Like, whatever they use to adhere the bristles there, I've left that thing in a paint pot, like, for 4 weeks. And it is just like, we going again, boss? When do we ride? You know, it's insane, the durability of that brush. And I think, from memory, when I got that brush, it was like 30 cents. Or something crazy. It was like one of those, like, discount bargain bin brush. It just the staying power. Yeah, literally, that brush is my ride or die. It astonishes me every time I stop to think about it. Every time I pick it up and hold it for too long, I'm like, man, the stories you could tell. That's crazy. Meanwhile, you've got Giga Chad Delta China brush, and then you've got impotent little loser Artist Opus Series 0 Kolinsky Sable brush who's like, oh, you leave me in direct sunlight? I'm dead. The benefit? I cost $100. Okay, where do I sign? Alright, we're picking out some of the bone here that's on her waist. Not just ranting about silly brushes. We are doing something. There we go. Now I'm picking this out before I have to do the detail on the bone of the axe, because I want to do all the bone detail at once so that I don't have to have multiple bone paints sitting on the wet palette for too long, because white paints and light colored pigments don't matter how wet her palette is, brother. That thing is drying up and it's going chalky and shitty. So you just gotta work quick on those ones. Well, enjoy. I will. You wait, I'll show you how it turns out. Steven, we're tagging you back in. Let's go with a gold detail. Oh my god, where have I put the gold? The gold is gone. Full gold. There we go. Alright. Some Retributor Armor Gold. Back onto... Again, I use this fucking paintbrush to unload, like, every single paint that I work with. This thing just takes a consistent, absolute bludgeoning, and it is just like... It turns up for work every Monday with a smile on its face, you know? No benefits, no dental, no insurance. Boss treats it like, quite frankly, like absolute shit. And it's just like, I fucking love this job. I hope I never do anything else. Alright. I'm gonna paint this, like, honeycomb thing on her belt gold. I don't know if this is gold, but the reason I'm doing that is because there's one around her pendant as well, and I want gold in that particular area. There we go. I actually have no idea what this is. I assume it is like honeycomb. My mind is currently blank as to whether you can achieve honeycomb in Kingdom Death. I should know this. It's interesting that she has, like, Templar crosses. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but she does have Templar crosses on her. Alright, be very, very careful. We're hunting wabbit. Oh, the frame perfect painting without hitting the skin. Huge. Alright, then we got to do the little one around her neck as well. No. We don't want to breathe here. Don't want to breathe. Okay, good. She kind of blinged out. She kind of blinged out of her goddamn mind. We're going to be putting in some of these smaller details now. But when we get to the metal, there's obviously going to be a few areas of metal, like around here. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with that, but we'll get to it. Also, I've just remembered there's chords there that I didn't paint, so it's time to welcome back our close personal friend, Vallejo Detail Brush. Okay. It's got to be one of the worst tasting brushes in my whole collection. But we need a good tip on it right now, so it's going in the mouth. Alright. Because its sacred job is to paint this area here. Awesome. Good. I'm assuming that that does connect to metal. Cool. Yes. All right, there we go. Let's loop it round to the front of the arm here now. Continuity. Important continuity. Wait. Yes. You know when you stare at something for long enough and you start seeing what you want to see? It just happened to me then. Good time for the eyes to unfocus. Huge. Okay. Nice. Made that continuous. That's what we want. Oh, there's a little gold part there. Fuck it. While we've got the detail brush out, I don't like using metallics with my good brushes, but this is a synthetic brush, so it will suffer. She's got so much bling on it. She kind of blinged out. This is kind of a rich survivor right here. Like, even if this is just all stone, I'm just painting it gold for no reason. But even if it is all stone, she kind of got them totems on her. Them weird obelisks to things I don't understand, you know? Kind of like that. I like that in a woman. Someone who can accessorize, you know? Alright, I think it's time that we do the metal now. Let us do the metal. Now, metal. Where am I going to go with this? How do I not have a metal color out? Are you fucking joking? Oh, the ever faithful, the humble Leadbelcher. Alright, let's do that. Let's do a little bit of Leadbelcher. Once again, resorting to my good, close personal friend, the Delta brush, to unload our paints here from a pot. Anytime you see a paint pot come up, you can rest assured that Delta had a hand in taking the paint out of it. If it's a dropper, like a Vallejo paint, then it's not going to be Delta. But everything else that you see, Delta has touched it. Oh my gosh. Where is the brush? Oh, there's the brush. Okay. Oh, Stephen, you've been dethroned. Look, there's the number one in the chat is no longer you. I know you work, but damn. You're gonna have to pass over the crown. What a momentous occasion, you know? This is where you go, you'll have to pry it out of my cold, dead hands. Which is very much something I would say. Alright, we're doing the little metal, like... I don't know what these are. Religious symbols? Cruxes? I'm not sure. But we're doing those ones, and there's a couple on the boots and one on her arm. So we'll do these ones on the boots here. Now, is that metal? No, I think that's cord that's holding the metal. Yeah, these are weird little metal insignia. That's pretty cool. I don't know why you would have that in Kingdom Death, because you don't really have like a house insignia. You kind of just are a random person who is almost guaranteed to die. In the most horrible conditions you can possibly imagine. But yeah, house insignia it up. Why not? You know? Which means I'll paint that cord in a second as well. Okay, do I have coverage on that? Yes, I do. Okay, good. And you can see now how picking out some of those details, even without them being highlighted, you wait until we pick out the bikini, but even without being highlighted up properly, this is starting to really add some reality to the skin. Every subsequent thing that you put on over the top in terms of detail is going to increase how good that skin looks if you've put in the effort. Yeah, I got no idea what these things are, but they're cool. These little, like, symbols that she's covered in. House. Looks like a sword with an axe. I suppose it makes sense, because she's got a big fucking axe. But the thing that doesn't make sense to me is the household component. Like, this is Kingdom Death. We're just survivors. We're not knights. There's no heroes here. Whoop. Okay, just kind of Gangnam styled myself on that one. That's alright. We can just use the... We can use a damp paintbrush to get rid of that. I hope. We use a damp paintbrush that isn't dried stiff to get rid of that. Alright, that's fine. I can then paint over that with a highlight on the skin, which I will do right now. Modern problems require modern solutions. There we go. Okay. Now there's one area there of cord that I will be doing again with the detail brush. There we go. And this is just the cord that is holding the insignia on the boots. Let's get that in the actual camera there. Okay, massive L stroke of the brush there, huge. Use a detail brush and then just completely mangle it anyway. That's stonks for you right there. But fortunately, we've got a pretty easy highlight to do over that anyway. So it's not going to matter too much. It's very easy to do a touch-up of a dark paint over a light paint. The reason I'm so careful around the skin is because it's very difficult to cancel the mishit from a very bright, from a very dark paint, apologies, over a very bright paint. Because that area is very, very difficult to correct. Okay, there we go. Let's do this. Alright, alright, alright. Yeah, these little details, they will start to, as I said, even the more little light details, the more the skin is going to start really coming into its own. So don't skimp on these little things because they will add so much more tie-in to the actual skin. So you think it's not going, you think like the skin painting ends with the skin. It really doesn't. It just starts there. There we go. All right. Perfect. Now, we're going to go back over just on the areas where there's been a little bit of overflow on those boots, and I'll just touch it up with a little bit of the original color. The reason I'm doing that is because we're going to put a wash over these little bits of cord, and I need the areas there to be nice and tight. There we go. Good. Okay. Excellent. Now, the next touch-up I'm going to do will be on the axe. Let's get that paint thinned right out. There we go. So we've obviously managed to get a shitload of stuff on that. Oh my god. Oh god. Let's actually get some pigment on the brush. We've obviously managed to get a shitload of paint on that axe haft or shaft, as I said we would. We're just going to go over that and make sure that it is in fact axe colored. We want axe handle to be axe handle colored, which it's not looking that bad. I'm just going to do a little trick shot painting here. Excuse me for a moment. There we go. Good stuff. Okay. Awesome. Now, basically the only area here that is not base coated, aside from the gourd, which I still have no idea what I'm going to do, so we might put that off, is the bikini. And because I know what I'm going to do here, guess where we're going? We're going bikini, baby. All right. Now, I want this to be quite bright, so I'm going to start with... Do I start with that? Because there's very limited fabric, I probably do want to start with that color. Yeah, I will. Yes. Usually I would start with a deeper red, but because there's not as much fabric on this bikini, I'm going to start with what would usually be my first layer. Because otherwise we're going to run out of space to create that impact and like create it as bright as I want it to be. Which is sometimes you have to consider that the space that you actually have to work here. Because that is the reason that we're not starting with a deeper crimson color. And we're going straight to a very, very bright red. Well, not very bright, but quite bright. Okay. Let's do that. Let's put that brush over here. Okay. We want a nice, controllable amount on the brush. Good stuff. We will need the detail brush in a second. Now, this is high-stakes poker, all right? I do not want to hit the skin here. Hitting the skin here, I will end it all alive. Okay. Whew. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. We're not out of the woodworks just yet. All right. All right. There we go. She's now somewhat clothed. And we have to continue that trend. Make a PG for the boys. Don't you fucking dare. Now, red is a very aggressive pigment, which is why I'm being very careful around the skin. Because this is dark shit If it goes onto the skin, this is not happy times. Oh, it's so fucking flawless. My God. Okay, good, 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 good. This is good. This is good things, Mark. All right, there is an area down there that I will use a detail brush for, but I'm going to try and do as much as I can with this brush here first, just because I don't want to have to load so much paint every single time. Again, if there was a time to lock in, it would be now. Someone tells me to do a blood effect on the fucking axe right now from Kick Chat. I will just put this straight on into the middle of her face. Oh yeah. Yeah. There's one panel. There's one panel done. Let's go. Okay. Another panel. Don't you go onto that skin. Don't you do it. Okay, my eye's just unfocused. Hold on. Great time for that to happen. It's always a good time. It's always a good time for the eyes to unfocus. Oh my god, the shadow this axe creates is very annoying for concentrating. Okay, we were brave and bold like a knight, and it paid off. There we go. We just need one more bit painted here. Did that work? Oh, no collateral damage, no mishits. We love that. We do love that. And you see how much, like I said, just even doing that has brought the skin to like an entirely new level. I may hit the like very deeper shadow there because it's very, very dark. I might hit that with a light glaze at the very end, but that has brought us now to an area where the skin is being allowed to come into its own. All right, nobody blink, nobody do anything. This is high stakes. This is high stakes. We are sitting at the mahogany table, boys. All right. Oh my god, I'm a fucking monster. All right, there we go. There we go. We do have that part in there. I'm going to be using the very fine detail brush for that. See how much I can get away with here. Okay, that's making me too nervous. Let's get the fine detail brush out on that one. Oh, Lord. Good stuff. She's coming together. She is coming together. The pink pompadour is really starting to pop too. I like it. We'll have to do the last highlight on that soon. Okay, let's... Good stuff, good stuff. Holy shit, that was almost a disaster. Legitimate, like, mishit. Legitimate mishit. But it went straight onto a part that was already red. Legitimately, like, my body just moved. I didn't have any control over that at all. Oh my god. Scared the shit out of me. Legit just almost had to end it all right there. That would have been like straight onto the boob. That would have... Woo! That was crazy. I had a depth perception miss moment. Okay, let's get this bit of cord here. Okay, good, good, good. Now I've got that one little bit at the back here. This is... God, I don't even know how I'm gonna... how will I brace for this? Oh my god. Okay, are we hit? Are we hit? Chat, are we hit? No. Okay, I dropped the brush. You don't want to do that traditionally. That's not it's not a great painting tactic, that one. They won't teach you that on Miniature Masters, let me tell you. Holy shit, this is actually really difficult. Okay, I'm gonna have to take this into territory that you cannot see here, chat. I'm sorry. I'm gonna hold this in the weirdest possible way just to get to this fucking area. Pray for me, chat. I want to hear them prayers. Oh my god, it's working. Woo, we made some progress, but holy shit. Okay, that's... Damn. Yeah, I've got to... This is... Listen, I wish I could film this, but it's just not... It's just not able to be done. Oh my god, that was such a gamble, but we made it. Huge. Okay, there's one fucking bit there. Of course, there's one bit at the end. Okay. 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 There's only one little thing that I'm gonna just briefly, ever so slightly touch up there. This stuff here. This is not prime filmable material right here. Okay, good. All right. We're back on. We're back on, team. We are back on. That was what I needed the red for. Now, what am I going to do with this fucking gourd? Because I know where I'm going to go with everything else but the gourd. You know what? While we're thinking about that, before this dries, because pink does this, I'm going to mix up the next highlight for our hair, which is essentially just going to be, I'm adding AK Intense White to the pink. So I mean, you could not get a simpler color scheme. I got pink, added black, and then for the mid layer just went the normal pink, and then for the highlight I'm just adding white. This is not rocket science right here. What I'm saying that this is a very accessible method of painting. Okay, that should be a good highlight. That's a good highlight consistency. Let's get this brush back in its sheath. There we go. Now, where did I put that? Where did I put that? Indeed. Highlight time on the hair. How am I number? Oh, no, you're number one again. Stephen Jesse, you have returned. You have returned to reclaim your rightful place on the throne. And I have returned to highlight this pink-ass hair. Hell yeah. Alright, let's do these ones. Okay, let's switch it around. Switch it around town. Yep. So we're picking out the quite raised areas here. Obviously trying to keep a little bit of that previous line of highlight in to give it more visual contrast and impact. Okay, what about this area here? There we go. Put that top. Let's get a nice slip of the brush. Good stuff. Okay. Now we're going to go through the same way that I did this before, but we're going to start with the most raised areas here. Okay, so we don't want a continuous line with these highlights, the very final one. We're just picking out the like most raised areas. Okay, there we go. The good thing about hair is that it doesn't have to be like 100% perfect, because hair naturally is not perfect. So it'll have some matte to it, it'll have a little bit of texture in it. There we go, and we'll have a little bit on the back there. Good stuff, and we're just going to add a tiny bit on these areas. There we go. Might just add a tiny bit on the side here too. Nice. All right. Pink pompadour. Together at last. Beautiful. Now, I might try now to put some of the washes over the smaller areas. Then while those are drying... You know what? No. No. We're not going to do that. I need to get this out of my system. We're going to do the highlight on the bikini. It's time. It's time. I can't believe how lucky we got when I dropped that fucking paintbrush. Holy shit. That was kind of crazy. I haven't dropped a paintbrush whilst, like, in contact with a model in years. Saw my whole life flash before my eyes, chat. It's crazy. No one's ever recovered like I did, you know? Alright. Let's do it. Let's do this thing. Now, the first bit of highlighting is actually going to be quite easy, because it'll just be, oh my god, actually get a tip on the brush. Just get, like, the worst fucking tip you've ever seen. Because it'll just be this raised portion. There we go. Nice. And then we can do the same thing on the back. Good stuff, good stuff. Excellent. And then this is going to be the more interesting part, because I might highlight the strings, but we're just going to start with these areas here. Nobody move, chat. Nobody fucking move. There we go, there we go, there we go. Let's just see how that is. No, I think that's fine. I think the only area that will highlight will be at the back here, and it'll just be on this area and that area. There we go. All right, the Walkini is highlighted, bro. Good stuff. Get that out of there. Now we can apply some of the smaller washes. So, I'm going to get my close personal friend, Nuln Oil. Perhaps you've heard of him. He's a good bloke, this Nuln Oil. I trust him with my life, I would. And we're going to be putting that over the metal, and we're going to be putting it over these little bandages. Now, when we're painting over these bandages with Nuln Oil, you're going to not want to be super aggressive with your brush strokes. The reason being, if you create splatter here, it's going to go right onto the fucking skin. So In general, if you're doing this, you can be as aggressive as you want, but right now, pacifism is key. Remember to move these around as well, because even Null Oil, which is easily the best of all the Citadel washes by a fucking country mile, even that pulls something awful. It's got the Citadel kiddie pool effect in full swing. Okay, good stuff. You see, muting that down as well has let the other golds, etc., really start to shine. And even though we're putting a different shade over those, it will still carry through in the end result. Alright, Null Oil. We won't hurt each other's feelings, will we? Good stuff, good stuff. He's playing very nicely with me. As I said, usually I'd be painting this a little bit more aggressively, but because the brush strokes here are essentially, they're a risk when you're doing them this close to the skin, especially with something like a Null Oil. So just be a little careful. I'm going to do them a little bit more proactively over this area here of the leather straps. But even then, I'm a little bit concerned that we get blowback onto the skin, so I'm not going to be going ham with it. There we go. Hello, Ivar. Yeah. And then what happened? My cat is telling me all about his day. I don't know if you heard that, but if you did, you've been blessed by Ivar's meow. 1,000 good tidings upon you. My son, the fruit of my loin, my legal inheritor. Alright, good. So we've got that over there. Now the metals. Okay, so... Okay, Ivar just choosing to absolutely fucking gun it. I want to be very careful with these metals up here because they are right near the skin. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright. I don't want any spillover onto that skin at all. We're going to be putting a little bit onto here. And the difference with these boot areas is I'm going to be doing the wash of Null Oil across the string components as well, and creating a black line with it around the area where it meets the boot. So that's intentional. I find that it works really well around like darker colors to have that black line there, especially like leather, cords over leather, etc. It just works quite well. Easier obviously than to highlight up because we've still got a few highlights on that leather to do. But once we've essentially done this wash here and the wash over the gold, we're essentially just highlighting and then we're done. It's gonna be huge. Nice little quick paint job on this bad boy. All right, good stuff. Now there's one little area here that we shouldn't forget about. The little crux that they have up here. Essentially doing this wash over a flat crux like that just has a couple of details. It's just easier to pick it out afterwards. You know, it's just easier to pick out those details after they've had a little detail wash over them. I'm just going to check the back of this arm because I did want to do a little bit on that too, actually. We have to be very careful around this because this is going to directly contact the skin. There we go. Good stuff. Do I need anything on the front? Not at all. Let's just do that tiny little bit there. Awesome. Okay. Again, just black lining that area there up the near the neck. And now we will be doing a little bit of Firstly, I'm not going to forget that little bit of skull that's there on the side. Where's my skeleton horde? There we go. You take a bit to dry, so let's put that on there. Awesome. I want to get these washes down now so that when we're layering up the other colors, they're drying. So we're not wasting time sitting around for them to be the next part. It's like when I had to base the Lonely Tree. Holy shit. What an insanely boring process. That was pretty punishing. Alright, do I want to hit that with that? No, yeah, I do. I'm going to do that as an Agrax Earthshade. Where is an Agrax Earthshade? Magenta? That's not Earthshade. There we go. There we go. Found it. Found it. God, Agrax, why have you separated out in your tin like this? What has happened to you, my friend? There we go. Alright, better Agrax Earthshade over the gold. Because then I wanna mute that gold a little bit. Which I will be able to do if I hit it with this Agrax. It's also going to help pick out a couple of those honeycombed bits and pieces. What are you doing, Ivar? Huh? What do you mean? Brrr? What was that? Okay. Okay. And now what? High stakes poker here, chat. High stakes poker. Alright, there we go. Yes. I feel you've tried to contact me, Mr. Ivar. Alright. Doing a little muting on that gold, which is good. And I think that is all the things that we had to wash, then done. And then we can wait for that to dry while we build up the axe. Let's do that. Ivar is being so fucking cute behind me. Holy shit. You don't even know. You have no idea. You could never comprehend. Oh my god. So, what we're going to do now is I'm going to layer up the, well, I'm going to do a little bit of layering up on them both pretty much the same, but then we will differentiate them heavily with the highlights. So you have to trust me here. There's a little bit of trust, chat. A little bit of trust. All right, let's pick out the teeth here first. Now I'm going to be able to really compensate for how much that shade layer pooled there by simply just layering a little bit more in that area. But we are gonna shade these teeth up quite a bit, whereas we're only going to shade the bone up a little bit. Ivar. Do you like teeth, Ivar? Is that what you're meowing about? You want to paint the teeth yourself? As always, with like these colors, these like bone colors, probably going to do a couple of layers here, because otherwise it's going to look like shit. Also, anyone who tells you that this is enough, like just doing the sepia and then the bone over it, is you're fucking crazy. Ivar, we don't play with that. We do not play with that. There you go. He's got a little like cat bed thing in my desk, like in one of the cabinet portions. I hollowed it out and put like a cat bed, little enclosure there for him, so he can sit under there and be merry. Let's turn that on its side. Oh my god, epic fail. Now the reason I'm not too worried about that is because I'm going to go with some Agrax Earthshade over the teeth areas, right where it contacts that bone at the very end, just to give it some shade against that bone. So I'm not too worried about any potential like little miss hits or anything here. Not too worried, at least. It would be better if we didn't, but we will. The good thing about the bone colors is that they dry quite quickly, despite their absolutely terminal coverage. We can forgive them. I just needed a survivor with a bone axe. Couldn't think of one better than this one. This is like the bone axe survivor in my mind. She's Himothy. Alright. Now let's go over the... My god. Let's go over the skull portion. With a little bit of the same. A little bit of the same. There we go. Keeping in mind that it will look a little bit similar until we really put the effort in to make these teeth look different. And I'm telling you, I've got a plan. Always fear a man with a plan. Essentially as well, I want to leave quite a bit of this, quite a bit of the dark shade for the bone portion, not the teeth portion, in between. So you probably notice I'm being a lot more... This is a lot more of a highlight than a layer like it was over the teeth. There we go. But you can see it doesn't look too different at the moment. But let me cook. Let the man cook. Alright? Let him cook. Right on the other end here. This is going to be a beautiful place to paint. Yes, sir. Good finger bracing position. Everything. Very easy. Alright, I see what you're doing. I've seen what you've done for me, and I wish you to do it. I see what you've done for others, and I wish you to do it for me. Now, this first layer over this area in particular, I'm not going to stipple that at all, or feather it whatsoever, because I will be doing that on the next pass of that particular layer with the highlights, because that's where I'm going to put most of my effort, on the highlights. Let's give this bone a little bit of treatment here. Ivar, what be you doing? Running away. Running all the way upstairs, no less. The very guilty conscience on that man. Very guilty. There we go, there we go. Alright, we're keeping it to this side at the moment, but let's scry in some detail here. This is a weird looking little thing that it's like a bone motif. I don't even know what this is. Looks cool. Looks cool. I like it. I dig it. Take that highlight up there. Come with me, highlight. There we go. Right, there it is. Come with me if you want to live, highlight. Come with me if you want to live. Alright. I'm thinking I might do something with this eye that's on that area there. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's essentially where we're going with the bone on the axe there. There's a little bit, obviously, more to be done on the other side, and we'll do a couple of highlights, but I want to keep the actual axe face relatively muted. I'll give the teeth most of the attention, like the teeth on the smile of the axe. Very confusing when you got a skull that has teeth and then teeth that have teeth on the one thing. It's very confusing. Bad planning. Okay, there we go. And you can see there as well that just the more detail we add, the more that skin is starting to really, really pop. So let's go over and really get this detail out of the way on this side. Oh, you thought Ivar was being noisy before. Let me tell you guys, he's just taken a poop. I can hear it. Not him pooping, I can hear him covering his litter. He's going to come down here and tell us all about it. There we go, there we go, there we go. All right. Fantastic. Let's hit that with a highlight up the top here, and let's leave it down the bottom. There we go. This has kind of a curved bone to it, so I'm going to highlight the curves and the top. Leave the recess. Okay. Let's go around the other side at the top here. Gotta really wish that bone wasn't so fucking bendy. Yep, he's doing it. Again, I'm going to make this first part a little bit of a smooth highlight. Or a layer, I should say. Because I'm going to then stipple in detail, or feather in detail, on the next pass. Good stuff. Oh, I can actually rest my finger on her head. This is blessed. Bless up. The amount of just like speed and accuracy increase from having a good finger rest is actually insane. Hello? Who is he? Let's go. Second one under there. This one under here. This one here. Alright, let's do that across the forehead, down onto the brow, this part here, yep. Let's do some teeth while we're at it, why not? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Alright. Alright. We've only got the bits up the top there to do. Someone asked me in Kick Chat, like, I think it was last stream, they were like, where were you when Charlie Kirk was assassinated? And then they made a point out of like, you see, you remember where you were. Keep in mind, I'm just painting, by the way. There'd be no talk about anything related to that shit. And they were like, see, you remember. You remember where you were. I'm like, Well, yeah, it was kind of like a very, very popular piece. I remember where I was during 9/11 as well. But like, what a crazy! Just every now and then that comes into my mind of just being like, brother, I'm painting here. What are we? Just like completely unprompted. I wonder what this miniature painter thinks of fucking Charlie Kirk. Yes, that's what I'm going to ask. Fantastic. Right, I'm going to add some Agrax Earthshade to the very gummy tip here. Just this part up the top. We're just going to introduce that up the top. And the reason for that is to add more to the differential. Oh, hello, Ivar. Are you coming to tell me about that poop that you just did? The reason we're doing this is we're adding an even bigger separation between the teeth and the bone. And when it dries, it will be very, very good and prominent without being completely different. I turn around. My cat, who has just pooped, mind, is just tongue deep in his own asshole. The joys of owning a cat, huh? The joys of owning a pet. Just you'll never understand them, you know? I think I need a new paper towel. This one's done like fucking 10 years in the trenches. Alright. Now, we're looking at those areas and they seem to have dried a bit where we've done some of those washes. So, while we're waiting for that area there to settle, I am going to go through and do a couple of the detail points on top of the areas where we did the washes. So, the first is going to be the bandages. We're just going to do a tiny little bit of deck tan. So, literally just the same color we did for the base. Just over the more prominent areas on the showing sides of the bandages. There we go. That just makes it just gives it a little bit of life, you know? Just a tiny little bit of character, which is fine. There we go. We don't need this like on the underside of the arm or anything. This is really going to be in the areas where the light will be naturally catching. All right, huge. Good stuff. I don't think we need any more deck tan around there. We don't. So now we're going to go over with a slightly raised metal tone on the metals. So we're going to be doing a Ironbreaker and a Balthazar Gold, I think is the name. No, Skullcrusher Brass. Let's see. But definitely Ironbreaker. Alright. Now, for these very small details, I might bust out Fridge Brush again. Fridge Brush, for those of you playing along at home, was the brush I found behind my fridge. We call him Fridge Brush. There we go. You guys see that? Yeah. And just doing a little bit to bring out the metal again. These don't have particularly well scried in details. So we're not going to go crazy with the details here ourselves. There we go. We're just going to raise out the parts that need to be prominent. There we go. And on the back. Good. Now this part here, we can pick out the parts that are closest to the light that will be reflecting the most. There we go. Alright, and we're going to essentially do now the same for the gold on there. It's just a little touch, but you can see already on those boots it's made a big difference. Ivar's just sitting behind me. Menacingly. Menacingly! Now, with these honeycomb areas, it'll be a little bit easier to actually differentiate between them. But with this part over the skin, we're just going to be highlighting the raised part around there. With this part on the breastbone, we'll just highlight the very top, and then we'll try and pick out that second and third layer of detail. There we go. It gives it some character back. It lets it pop without being overpowering. Now, with her necklace, it's one of the honeycomb things. I'm just going to dot those honeycombs, make them stand out a little bit, and it'll be the same thing with the one at her waist. Just a little bit on a macro scale with the one at her waist. This reminds me of painting fucking Sanguinius's wings. Worst commission I've ever fucking had to... Oh, no, that's a lie. It was just extremely tedious at portions. How about that? I actually quite enjoyed painting Sanguinius. It's a commission that took me a whole month. Alright. Now, while I've got our... Actually, tempted to switch back to an actual detail brush for this, which I will do, because we're going to be painting the little skull at her waist. I'm going to be highlighting that up a little bit. So painting these portions here. Yes, switching back to this brush was a good choice. A little bit more, little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Fantastic. What else? What else? What else? What else of these fine details need to be brought up? Where are the small areas? There. Okay. That's really part of the act, so I might leave that. But we do have an area here where... Did I mix those together? Is that what I'm looking at? Yes. We need some Mournfang Brown. Okay, let's do that. Okay, and the Mournfang Brown around the absolute waist as well. I'm being pretty heavy with this Mournfang Brown around the waist because I want the belt to stand out a little bit. And we've already done a layer of Mournfang, but I need to retouch it because we went over it accidentally with a couple of different skin tones. Okay, good. Nice. All right. Now I think we should do the Mournfang on the bottom boots. So let's do that. Now this will technically be our first highlight on the boots. This is going to be a pretty big highlight. Not as big as the layer that we put down first. But this one will have some layer-like qualities to it. There we go. particularly around the back here. With this, the main difference that is going to, obviously it covers less ground, but the main difference is going to be that I'm not going to go on the inside of the boots, because that is where no light will be hitting for the purposes of our highlight. So there's no point in going there, because it's not going to need to be highlighted. But places like the front of the boot, very much so. There we go. All right. We're essentially now onto the fur, which I will do now. Oh, where is my fur color? There we go. All right, we're going to bring out our old friend, Fridge Brush. Fridge Brush coming back in. Now we're doing this fur, and we will highlight it up to the very base level of bone, essentially, because I want it to kind of tie in, but just be ever so slightly different. So I want to keep the color palette like homogeneous for this area, in that it all blends together, but I do want to be able to clearly distinguish which part is which. And that's why we're making the choices where, say, the fur is going to end in the like first layer of the bone as its greatest highlight. So it's not going to be, obviously, that's not going to be the color of the fur standalone, but there will be elements that then tie it into the actual axe itself. So it looks like it's part of it, is basically what I'm trying to say. There we go. All right. Still got no idea what we're doing with that gourd, boys. I'm not going to lie to you. It says dark times for the gourd, boys. Actually, while we're here, I may as well put that highlight on here. Still using Fridge Brush. It's controversial. For those wondering, yes, we did just... I suppose this is a Games Workshop style localized painting area here, where we did a Mornfang, hit it with a Nuln Oil, and then did a Mornfang over the top. It's like, congratulations. You played yourself. But, I swear, that's not where it will end. That was just a happenstance of application. Alright, Fridge Brush, it's time to see what you got highlight-wise, buddy. Okay, not bad, not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. Okay. At least that gets that part out of the way. How did I get fucking Ironbreaker on my hand? I tell you, just miscellaneous hand paint. I don't know how we're doing it, but she's starting to take shape. She is starting to take shape. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do will be... I kind of want to take those teeth up to where I need them to be now, which is what I will do. With a little bit of the next paint here, which we're going to have to thin the shit out of. Let me do that. Is there anything more exhilarating than thinning paints? I tell you. Never forget that one guy, that one dude who popped in YouTube being like, thin paints, I'm not watching, I don't have time for that. He kind of mogged me. He did. He kind of mogged me. It was insane. So I'm going quite heavy with this highlight on the teeth. You see I'm going quite low to the, like, the extent of the first layer there. Quite intense indeed. And that's because we want the teeth to be, like, visibly brighter. I'm feathering those edges. I'm leaving them pretty, like, feathered in because the natural crystalline structure of enamel, which is a weird thing to hear from a painting stream, means that it looks like that anyway. All right, where are we teeth-wise? There we go. Good. So this is really going to separate the teeth from the bone. Now there is the argument, obviously, that we highlight up the bone some more with this exact color too. I will wait to see how the teeth go in terms of value and brightness before I do that, because I've got one more highlight that I will do over these teeth, and if it's still not far enough away, I just won't highlight the bone again. I'll just leave it as it is. But as for now, you can see that the teeth are gradually increasing in brightness, but still maintaining that same core color identity. But we've got a differentiation now between the teeth and the bone. So I want that to be a little bit more even. So that's why I'm saying we probably won't highlight up the bone much more than that. With the exception being the axe part on the other side, which I will do now actually while I've got the same color out. Okay. Oh, gnarly. Just put that all on my hand. Beautiful. Beautiful. Good stuff. In the quest to find the perfect finger rest, he wrecks his own paint job. It's okay, I live for touching up fucking bone colors. They respond so well to it. Also, miscellaneous hand paint. Don't need a dissertation on where that one came from. All right, let's do it on this side then instead. Let's go. So this is what I was talking about, sort of stippling or feathering in this little bit of detail here. It's just going to make a big textural difference in the end highlight without it like looking exactly the same as the teeth. Good stuff. Because I may end up, as I said, not really adding much to that bone at all, just to keep the teeth very, very separate. There is an argument to actually just do a gloss over the teeth, and then that will differentiate them. I just need to see. I need to see how they turn out first. All right. Now that is dry on the browns, I might go up to the next brown color, which is going to be our Scrag brown. Let's get that out of the pot with our close personal friend, the Delta Chinese brush. I don't know why they don't just have the dropper paint pots for literally every paint brand. Like, why is Citadel doing this? Why are they still living in the dark ages, bro? It's like Vallejo is so much easier to load onto a palette, dog. Okay, we're gonna just pick out some of the like straps and brown detail across the belt. Not doing anything too crazy with the belt here. Good stuff. We'll essentially do a little bit across the top here too, as well. There we go. And now we'll do a little bit on the boots. Very much just picking out the like highlight portions, because this is not a dramatically, well, it is actually a dramatically darker, a dramatically lighter brown, but it's not going to be like a crazy contrast, but it's going to be pretty noticeable. There is an argument to make it your final color. You can go a little, obviously you can go a bit further up with any highlight that you do, but you can reasonably go a bit further up with this as well. I'll have to see how the model responds to this highlight as it is. Okay. Let's put a little bit over this area here as well. There we go. Maybe a little bit across the back on that leather too. There we go. All right. What am I looking at here? Let's do a little bit more on this as well. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Scrying a bit on the back. And then a touch on the top. Good stuff. Okay. Now, how far do we want to take that leather? I think the boots are okay. I might do a tiny little bit more in terms of heightening that color there. But I think the next thing that we do... Yeah, actually, let's do that. Let's just finish the leather off because we've started it. Where is my Deathclaw? There it is. Now we're going to use a very, very small amount of a Deathclaw brown on top. Let's do that. And we'll only do a little bit up on this area here. Go. Very small amounts here. Essentially just where this strap would be catching the light. There we go. And we're also going to put a tiny little bit just over these. That is not a tiny little bit amount on the brush. There we go. Tiny little bit over these areas here. Right where the boots would be catching the most light. There we go. Let's do that right on the heel and on there. There we go. Okay. Now the last little bit will be on the belt. Maybe a tiny bit on the gourd strap things as well, but mostly on the belt. There we go. Good stuff. Nice, nice, nice. Do I want a little bit on that area? Maybe. Maybe. Let me do that. Let me just do a tiny little bit on the gourd. Tiny, tiny bit. There we go. Just a tiny bit at the front. Okay. Now, we have got the teeth up to a certain value. I need to add a little tiny bit more brightness to them. And then I need to see how that... Whoop! Don't knock the model over. That's bad. Anytime you hear like a weird noise like that from me, I've done something that could have ended the project immediately. It's a dead giveaway. Okay, let's see how this responds. This is keeping in mind this is a Citadel white paint, which should tell you all you need to know about it. Fucking disgusting. All right, let's do that. Ooh. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Let's go pallid witch flesh. Oh my god, it's a fucking mess. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I don't mind how that's responding. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. Alright, the chompers. The chompers are coming in. Let's do that. Let's go. My god, where did I put it? There it is. I lost it on my wet palette for a second. I would have been by it. Alright, so now the teeth have sort of a little bit been differentiated, but it's not enough for me to trust doing my normal bone highlight to make it not blend in. So we're going to do something a little tricky here in a second after I've just hit this with the final stippling layer. There you go. We're just making this look more like a cutting edge, I suppose. Because this would be reflecting a shitload of light, because it's filed down bone to a sharp point. So comparatively, it would be reflecting quite a lot. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm essentially going to glaze over those teeth with an Ardcoat glaze. So that will make them shiny and it will give them the appearance of like wetness. And I'm going to simply layer up with one further layer on only the very, very high points of this of the central part of the axe. So areas like this. We're going to just grab a bit more highlight onto those. Yep. Okay. We're not going to go crazy with this because, as we said, we don't want it to draw attention away from the teeth. The teeth. We'll just do a little bit on the very raised portions. I still want there to be some some color depth to this. But essentially, I'm treating this like I would the final highlight, even though this is not the normal value of a final highlight color. We're just getting that little bit extra out of it. So that's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to brighten it up very, very slightly. Any more than that, and we risk distracting from the teeth. Couple of loosey-goosey fucking highlights in there, let me tell you, but that's okay. And then the last part here. Good stuff. All right, now the teeth. This is the part that's going to look the strangest until it dries. Let's go. Just almost put fucking Lamia medium. And now we just put water over it and hope. Yeah, no, we're just going to put some Ardcoat over this. Ardcoat kind of falls into the realm of Blood for the Blood God for me, where it's like, man, you got to put that shit down. I very, very am hesitant to use lots of things like this because people are like, oh my god, a varnish? A blood effect? I'm putting it on everything. This is probably the first time you've ever seen me use this, but it's literally just to pick out the glossy little chompers. I want them to look like enamel and the bone to look like bone. So we're going for a pretty, almost like they're straight out of the mouth, like a wet look to the teeth. You got some nice wet teeth there, boy. Some nice wet chompers. Important with an Ardcoat here to get this layer on the edge. So otherwise the difference between matteness will fuck you up. All right, and then put that shit right down. You got to put that shit away. Almost never to touch it again. Whew. All right. Now, where we're sitting with this now, we are essentially, I'm going to do one little highlight on that skull that is at her hip. One more layer. But we're closing in on finito. We just need to figure out a couple of things. One is what to do with the gourd, and we need to layer up the axe a little bit more, the axe handle portion. And we have a little bit to do on the fur as well, which is always fun. Now the fur is pretty easy. We're just going to go, as I said, we're going to go on the tips of the fur here with the same color as the bone started. So we keep the color tying into each other, if that makes sense. There we go. When that Ardcoat dries, that varnish, those teeth gonna look wet as hell. Trust me. You can already kind of see they look like teeth, which is what we want. We didn't want those teeth blending in with the rest of the axe. Now, there are a couple of other small details here as well. I'm going to do the first one here. And that is going to be a bit of a freehand on the shaft of the axe with some cork brown, just to give it a wood-like appearance. I don't care if this is supposed to be wood or not. It's wood because I say it's wood. Just going to thin that bad boy down quite a bit. There we go. All right. Let's do that. Let's go. So texturing in stuff like this is pretty annoying, but that's okay. You would usually like have a texture on the actual handle itself, but because I am making it so, Mr. Scott, we just deal with that. So you just got to focus on light brush strokes. You can't really miss hit with texturing. So just kind of don't engage the belly of the brush and you will be fine. There we go. But yeah, we're just giving it a wood-like appearance. Wait until that brush has a good tip on it. Let the bristles absorb any of the excess paint. Obviously be careful not to fucking completely obliterate the skin here with like the most massive miss hit of all time. So I'm just making it look like tree, making it look like the bark off a tree. Excellent. Now the reason that I'm doing this here, well, aside from I have declared that this is wood and so it shall be, is because up on the top it has like a really good little part that I can like pick out the details on and make it look like almost like a pine cone that's unfurling. As I said, try not to obliterate all the work we did on the skin. Now, with that as well, something else to mention, it's really important that you go consistently in one direction because wood has a grain. And the thing that determined that grain for me was this part at the top that has like a established spiral to it that's going upwards. That is what determined the wood texture and grain for me. Is I just paid attention to the way the spiral was going. Go. Let's do that way, that way. Excellent. Link that one bit up and highlight that. Yeah, there we go. All right. So we got a little bit more of a wood grain texture on the axe there now. As you can see, the teeth have come up like actual teeth now, which is good. That's what we're looking for. And essentially speaking, the only thing that I have to do, I have to figure out what we're going to do with the gourd and what we're going to do with the eye. Now, the gourd, I might actually do the coat in what we were doing just there as the base coat. Because I think if we're doing it, I've decided this is a gourd, by the way. I actually have no idea what this is. But I have proclaimed it a gourd, and so it shall be. That's the beautiful thing about painting. It's like, well, what is that? I got no idea, but I'm going to paint it like this. Isn't that a metal axe? It wasn't when I painted it. It's whatever I want it to be. I painted a solid gold axe if I fucking wanted. And this, as far as I'm concerned, is just a gourd with some Kingdom Death style Japanese writing on it. as you find in Kingdom Death so commonly. Now this color has okay coverage, but it's probably going to need a second coat because it's dealing with a black base coat. That's okay. We're not all perfect. There we go. And I think it's got a... It's got like a bird head on top. This looks like a canoptic jar, I'm not going to lie to you. But I'm going to make it so that it's carved out of wood, essentially. Like a lighter wood than the axe. Because if it's a gourd, it should be like kind of earthy and planty. Despite me just describing it as a canoptic jar. It's an evolving process, chat. It's an evolving process. Alright, and as for the eye... You know what? While I'm deciding on that eye, there is something else I could be doing. Oh, hear that Dawnstone being mixed up. Hell yeah. You ready to put the base on shit, chat? Damn. Step aside every other color. It's Dawnstone's time to shine. Dawnstone, I feel, is like one of the only paints I use so frequently for the one thing, and that one thing is basing as a base layer for the base. It's so based, it just does everything base related. It is the most based thing ever. You're basing, you're using Dawnstone as far as I'm concerned. Alright, now let's get all faithful. You know her, you love her. Say hello to Delta China number 6. Oh yeah, yeah, this brush. Alright, and let's start putting some brush strokes down on the base, huh? Alright, the reason that I'm not going to paint over that is because I'm going to do a little earth texture paint over that instead, which is the same color as Dawnstone. So I won't bother painting the actual hard plastic part of the base. But we will paint this little cork platform she's standing on. Anyone who's painted over cork before knows that it is a little slut for absorbing paint. Especially when you're painting the sides here. It'll just suck that shit right off your brush. Now this is where the... You know, Kingdom Death, I got called out for the basing, because I really was phoning it in on the basing. I swear I can base things, like, well. Like, I did show a Karchev, I since have given that to the person who paid me to paint it. But I can. It's true, I swear, I can base things properly. Do I have anything that I've based well here? Not that I can see in my immediate vicinity, so you're just going to have to trust me. Do you trust me? But I was phoning it in on Kingdom Death because it was a board game, and then someone was like, man, the minute that you painted Aeneas, because it comes with her own, like, scenic base, it looks so much better with that scenic base. You should do that for your other Kingdom Death models. And I was like, you know what? I love this game so much, why not? You know, initially I was like, oh, it's a board game. It's not like, you know, a tabletop war game or something, so I don't need to really put in the effort on the base. But I tell you what, even just a little bit, like this base is not high effort, but like even just a little addition like this, I feel you. I know what you mean. I will be doing some more basing from now on. I will be incorporating different, but depending on how cool the Survivor looks. If it's just a shitter, I'm not going to do it. Don't waste my time with the shitters. But on like cool characters, big weapons, stuff like that, I'll definitely do something like that. Okay, now I was distracting myself from the eye. Okay. What am I going to do? I want the eye to stand out, but I don't want it to be, like, offensive against the color palette that we have. Feel like a red would be too predictable. I feel like we need some form of... You know what? Let's try something. Let's try something. Let's do something a bit crazy. How dark is this? How dark is this, I wonder? Are you the paint that I seek? Woo! Pretty dark. We've got a lot of value to it. That's a saturated little boy right there. Let me... that sounded weird. Let me have a try of this. Oh, yeah, that'll do. Yes, yes, tie right in with her hair. Perfect. And I know exactly how to bring that up to the value that I need it to as well. I'm going to do a couple little layers. And then I might hit that as well. Oh my god, it's happening to me. I might hit that with a varnish hard coat too. Good shit. Very good. Very, very good. The other thing that I'm going to do, actually, while I've got... have I got that here? I wonder. I did bring it out before. Did I? Did I not? Surely I did. Reikland Flesh Shade. There you are. There you are. She's got a couple of cuts and bruises on her. Big girl's been in a scrap. Alright? We're going to be picking out a couple of those areas here with a Reikland Flesh Shade, and we're going to do that with the tiny, eeny-weeny detail brush. We're going to be doing Blood for the Blood God on these areas, but it's very important to be conservative here. Like, very much... We don't want to do a shitload of blood effects. If you've seen me do this before, it was on Aeneas, where she's got one big cut there. But essentially, we use this pigment here, or not the pigment, the wash, and we create a darker flesh tone around the cut, and then you use ever so slight amount of Blood for the Blood God in that cut, which is a blood effects paint. You really don't want that pooling there. That is bad. Very bad. And it gives it the effect of a fresh wound. Which I will be doing on this area here as well. These ones are a little bit more of a shallow cast than the one for Aeneas. I feel like the casting improved a lot for Aeneas. I just like Aeneas, what can I say? Excellent. So she does have a couple of cuts and bruises. Now, you can leave them like that when the flesh shade dries, and it will look like a pretty convincing cut or bruise as it is. But we're not here to leave it. We ain't here to leave it. I ain't leaving. So, while that is drying, and while I am still waiting for the coat on that gourd to dry, I am going to let slip the Astro Granite. Let's do Astro Granite. Look at that beautiful, beautiful Astro Granite. Like shit. I'm literally going to be applying this with a fucking paddle. So there you go. But this is going to be the this is the earth that I talked about before. So I'm going to be filling in a lot of these details here. The stone there was because when I was filling in her joints, etc., from the sculpt issues, I used milliput, and then I don't like wasting milliput, so I just made a stone. If you're wondering why there's a stone there. Alright. Look at this. Beautiful. Number one under the sun. Now, I do want to try and keep this earth off the second, tier of that base as much as I can. Because I want to try and just avoid having to do too much of a black touch-up on that. So I'll go around and clean off that area after we've applied it all. But this is just a nice way to add some texture onto that base without you just painting a plastic base with nothing on it. Obviously, there's a shitload of different texture. Would you call this a paint? Things, texture, like things to apply to the base. Basing materials. There you go. There we go. You got there in the end. I just like how this one is Dawnstone colored, and because I've already painted Dawnstone, I will not then have to paint it again. So, you know, as far as that goes, it's a very, you know, lazy reason for me wanting to do this particular shade, or this basic material. But there you go. So you can see there that that's going to dry, and it's going to give that base just a little bit more character. Super important too, much like metallics, have your own, like, different water for that. Like, if I'm rinsing that off in water, do not rinse it in the same water that you put your other fucking, like, Kolinsky Sable brushes in and stuff like that. It will fuck you up, son. It will do the deed to you. It just damage your brush. Alright, I'm going to do the second layer over this gourd. There we go. Alright, we're establishing a little bit of value now. Oh, how exciting. It's actually looking like a real color. That is remarkably gourd colored too. Like, that's good. That's a good gourd right there. Okay. Let's do a bit on the top here again. There we go. Alright. While we're waiting for that to dry, there is something else I need to do. Now that we've found the the bit that I did on the eye there is not the end of that eye's story. In fact, I've got 2 more pieces to its story. If I can find them. There we go. Okay. Let's do that. Let's do a little bit of... I haven't done this since... God, why do I even have these paints? What was I doing? I was painting some sort of... I'm not good with all the Warhammer names. I was painting some sort of Eldar commission. Is that what you call them? Eldar? Yeah, I was painting a lot of gems. But they were like weird elven things. So it might have been elves. No, they had like spaceships and shit. So they would have been space things. I don't know, man. But I was painting a lot of those, and they had a lot of like I needed a lot of like blue gem related stuff. But yeah, so essentially, we're just going to be creating a bright point, and then we'll do a tiny bit of art coat over the top of that too. Now, speaking of forbidden paints, that you must know your limitations on. While I've got the tiny brush, it's time to do those open wounds, baby. Alright, blood for the blood god. We're going to cooperate with each other, are we not? Are we not? Alright, this will not ruin the skin. Promise me. Promise me I'm not going to do a miss hit here and fuck the skin up. Work with me, not against me, blood for the blood. Holy shit, that's a lot of blood for the blood god. Okay, wait. Then even more. Okay, easy does it. Right into the wound there. Good stuff. You want to cover like 80% of the wound channel with blood for the blood god here. So on the smaller one here, we're being very careful. There we go. There we go. And on the larger one here, still being very, very careful. Very careful. There we are. All right. And that will just give them the appearance there. You can see how much that's already made it look like fresh and open cuts. There we go. All right. Beautiful. So those are actually looking like wounds now, which is good. Good for the paint job. Not good for her, but still good for the paint job. And now that's done, I'm going to add an ever so slight, very, very tiny touch of blue to the eye at the corner. There we go. We'll do another one over the other side. Yes, yes, yes. There we go. Now, that has given me a little bit of training so that I can now do her eyes. And you know how much I love doing eyes. Oh my god, live eyes are the worst. How are we going to do this? We are going to do a... What color eye? What color eye for you? I feel like she'd look good with green eyes. I feel like she would look kind of boss bitch with green eyes. Lime green. Lime green it is. Lime green it is. Now, you and I, we wouldn't hurt each other, would you, Lime Green? Would you? You wouldn't hurt me, my close personal friend, Lime Green? We'd agree with each other while we're painting eyes here, huh? Just one time for the one time. Oh my god. That's one. That's one, baby. Holy shit, I'm a monster, bro. Oh, did I just do that live? Incredible. Incredible. Oh, I reached down from my painting ivory tower and just fucking knocked that out of the park. Beautiful. I'm not going to do the pupils here because I have a needle that I use to do those. I can't paint pupils with a brush. You're out of your mind. Not on these size models. All right. I'm going to reach for the Ard coat again. The officer is going to scream at me, telling me to put it down. And I will look at him like he's sealed or... No. I'm just going to Ard coat that eye right there. Yes. Yes. Nice. How creepy. Okay, that gourd has taken shape. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little wash over that gourd, I've decided. Let's put the fridge brush back. What am I going to put over that? It is going to be a barky one. A very barky one. You. Shake that shit. Shake it right up. Alright. This is a complete guess. I've never used this combination of paints before, so whatever it is, just say, wow, well, that looks so good, and I'll go, thank you, chat. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. You know exactly what I want to hear. We're going to take this pretty dark, I'm not going to lie to you, because I don't want it looking like her skin. Okay, I'm not going to lie. This is darker than I expected. But we can always highlight it up. It's also starting to, like, spread out a lot. Just got to keep it moving, bro. Like all contrast paints. Just keep that shit moving. Oh, this is like really... Damn. No. This is a textureful boy right here, is what I'll say. There's a lot of fucking pigment in this. Okay, I got good news. I know exactly what I have to do now after that's done to get it to where I want it. After that's done drying. And it's very, very easy. I will just layer with that existing color. But then, what am I going to do to pick out those letters? What are those letters going to be picked out in? I feel white would be appropriate. I think that's where I'm going to go with that. So let's do a spot check as to everything here that is done. The teeth are done, the fur, everything. Okay, the only thing is obviously the base and... No, that's about it. Oh, the pupils, but I'll do that with a needle. Do I have my needle on me here right now? Is the needle in the room with us right now? No, it isn't. But let's have a look at that. Focus, 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 focus. Yeah, there you go. See, when we add that fucking needle mark in there, that's gonna look good, man. It's gonna look real good, man. Look at that axe. Look how gnarly that's turned out. I like that a lot. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I think that is the, I think that is going to be the only thing left. I can't see anything else that I want to add. I could do another highlight on the metal, but I don't want to because it shouldn't be that bright. So I'm probably not going to do that. Happy with the way the bone has turned out. I should just go find my needle while I'm waiting for this to dry. Or I could activate the awesome power of the fan, which I might do. Now, I do have a hobby needle here, chat. So while I am oh wait, it's right beside me. It's he's huge. All right. I'll probably do black. Probably do black for the. Yeah, I'll probably do black for the pupils. I know it's a bit of a revolutionary when I say stuff like that, but I'll probably do black for the pupils. What do you reckon? Black for the pupils? All right, let me get this needle out of here. There we go. All right. To witness the awesome power of the painting needle. Oh my god, that gets me every time. Just like it's because there's so little paint on the end of this, it dries very, very quickly. So I have to I tried to do the two eyes at once. There we go. There we go, baby. And yes, I just washed my needle off in the water. Hell yeah. All right. Let me see how that turned out. The key with pupils as well, to avoid that derpy stare, you got to have them looking in one direction, right? Let's see how that went. Okay, one pupil is significantly darker than the other. But they are looking in roughly the same direction. You know what I might do? You know what I might do? I might just retouch that. I might just retouch that bad boy. See, this is why I don't do live eyes, right? Eyes are a different beast, chat. Eyes are a different fucking beast. There we go. All right, touched it up fine. Whew. We can breathe again. We can breathe again. We can breathe again. Let's have a look at that now. Yeah, that's a bit better. That's a bit better. Tiny little pupil details are a go. All right. Now, let's firstly, I'm going to be doing that little dry brush on there, and then I'll be using that, so I won't need this brush here. Essentially, the plan will be now, I'm going to do a little cheeky little dry brush over the gourd, because it's a natural element, and I want it to be a bit rough. And then I'm going to layer. Let me think. Do I want those letters, I think, in white. I think that'll be good. I think I want them in white. You know what? Instead of a dry brush, let me do something crazy. Let me do something fucking insane here. Is he doing what I think he's doing? Just a straight relayering? Oh my god, he's crazy. No, I'm going to do a slightly stippled relayer of that, just because I think it'd be cleaner. So you see, I'm painting in a weird way here, chat. I'm like jamming the bristle tip into the model, which it loves, by the way. If you ever want to really treat a brush really well, it loves this treatment. It's like dry brushing with a brush. This is very good. Very good for the brush. Okay. Because I want this to kind of not be a complete show through, or rather a complete layer. I want there to be plenty of show through of that color of the gourd. I want it to look like a gourd. All right. Yes, okay. Alright, that's a bit of a strong color on the top there, boys, but that's okay. Oh, good. I can still thin it out. Nice. Okay. As I say, I don't want this to be like a complete layered coat over this. I'll build it up a little, but I want it to be kind of uneven and natural and gourd-like. I guess you could say I want it to be gaudy. You know? I want it to be el naturel. And the same with the top here. This is just because I don't want to dry brush this small area really close to the skin as well. But this is another way that you can give that like natural dry brushing effect. Just thin the paint down quite a lot, and then instead of brush strokes, imagine you're a sewing machine. That's how you do it. That's how you get them. And again, because we're sort of saying that this gourd is a homogeneous material, it makes sense for the iconography and stuff to just be carved out of that gourd. So I think this makes sense thematically as well. Let's build that up there. Good stuff. And now the real detail is going to come from the white on that material and the marking. And we're going to finish her off with a good old-fashioned AK Interactive white. Let's do that. There we go. Let's move that to the side and get our good friend Kolinsky Sable. This has got to be Japanese, bro. I don't know why it would be, but it feels Japanese. Like, Kingdom Death is not a Japanese property. But you're telling me that that shit ain't some sort of Japanese letter? I don't know about all that. It's the most Japanese shit I've ever seen in my life. And one of my best mates is Japanese. I had a Japanese godchild. Okay, alright. We're just flipping this bad boy upside down for a hot second here. There we go. It's missing a little bit of value, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Don't know what that is, but fuck yeah, it looks cool now. Alright. Now, essentially, I'm going to be putting on a layer of Nuln Oil over the base. That is what we will be doing over that base. But there's a couple of other things that I will do as well before we do that. The first is I'm going to get all the preparation that I can done for this part, and that is going to be to rim the base. Hashtag rimming. We do rim this base here. So let's go around here like that. Just basically want to make it a contained within the bounds of the art. Do you know what I mean? People are like, why do you bother doing this? It makes a massive difference to presentation. It's like you can have the best meal cooked by fucking Michelin star chefs, but if it's served in a Raising Cane's takeout box as opposed to like plated professionally, you know, and it's all disheveled and shaken up when you get it, it doesn't have the same impact. Still going to taste the same. This model still plays the same, but visually it's much more pleasing. When you're finished painting your model, does it say yes, chef? You know, that's what I'm trying to say. That miss hit wasn't too bad. We get away with that one. How do I miss hit while I'm fucking rimming the base, but I nail every Japanese symbol? Crazy. Mixed skill level right here. Okay. All right. And now there will be some Nuln Oil going across the entire base. And then what I'll do is I usually highlight up with then a layer of Dawnstone and then white. And that will be essentially it. But we're closing in here on the finish. Look at her. Look at how she's come up. Oh, she's a beautiful pink-haired axe-wielding maniac, ain't she? Ain't she just the picture of mental health? Ain't she just look at that hairstyle and haircut and hair color? I don't even consider the axe. I've judged her already, you know? She got a nose ring. Okay, where is the Nuln Oil? There it is. Where is the Nuln Oil? Give it to me! Alright, we're gonna get our famous brush. The man, the myth, the legend. Hello, Ivar. Hello. What do you mean, meow? What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay. Alright, let's get this over the top where we know that most of the paint here is dry. There we go. Now, the reason that I'm doing this now, and there's still a little bit of like wet texture paint, etc., is because I am extremely impatient. Yeah, that's right. You thought I was going to say something profound there, didn't you? Didn't you? Important, I will say, to not let this shit pool around the feet. So it has a tendency to pool around the feet. Don't let it do that. Oh my god, I just messed up the rimming of the base. Huge. How you doing, little man? Okay, just running away. Just fleeing from me. My mere visage. My mere visage too much for my own cat. Okay. There we go. And here's the secret that they don't want you to know about, like, basing texture paints. They'll dry faster if you hit them with a paint over the top. It's like hitting them with PVA glue. It's like hitting Milliput with PVA. It's a game changer, brother. It's a game changer. My cat's so goofy, bro. He don't even know what he's doing. He just comes in here, goes, and then runs away. It's kind of crazy. Alright, now that's done. As I said, you can't let this pool around the feet, because it'll try and do that. That will just make your basing look silly. 9 times out of 10. Unless that's the effect you're going for. They're standing in pools. There we go. And we'll just absorb that. You just dry the brush off. Paper towel. And then let the body of the brush absorb the excess. But that is quite important because it looks really, really silly if you don't do this. As I've said countless times when using it on the actual model, like, Nuln Oil and all the Citadel, like, shades and contrast just fucking kiddie pool up, bro. It is insane how much pooling they do. I think that may be in with a shot of being all done for now. Obviously, the base, it'll just take a while to dry. Literally, the only thing other than this that you are missing is me doing a couple of dry brushes. I don't think you're going to miss that one. Now, there is also the interesting condition here that I have actually 9 minutes until I get a kick badge here. So you may have to just endure, chat. All you have to do is endure. That's all you are being forced to do for 9 minutes. But I can't think of anything else that we're really going to add to that one. I think that's where we need it to be. I'm trying to do a cursory look over, but man, also painting things on stream, man, that takes a lot longer. That does take a lot longer. Whenever I'm painting just by myself, like not trying to keep things in camera view or do anything and explain while I'm doing it, this paint job takes me half the time. But I mean, it is fun. Oh, thanks, dude. Thanks, Stephen. Thanks, Stephen Jesse. We still don't know. Can you tell me? Are you a Stephen or a Jesse? Are you working right now? Do you have the... Because I know you watch these while you work. I can see on the analytics you've been here the whole time. Maybe a duck out here and there, but I can see. Maybe we chat, Stephen. Maybe we chat for a little while, huh? You're a Stephen. Okay, all right. I'm assuming Stephen the bloke. They make a wild assumption. Okay, good. All right. See, I feel like you put in so much legwork of commenting and everything like that. I feel like it's only right that that we sort of have a discourse. If you're at work, you must be in the Americas then. I think they're the only ones I can think of that are on that time zone. What is the badge on Kick? Oh, so it's you have to stream for 5 hours, and then you get a special thing. I don't exactly know what that thing is, but it says that if I do it, I get a prize. And so far we are counting down. We have 6 minutes to go, and I don't want to do a whole nother 5-hour stream. Although painting for 5 hours is pretty easy. It's just very hard for me to find the time. You know what I'm going to do? Let's bring the fan up. Let's make the fan the star of the show, huh? Let's get these brushes out of the way. There we go. All right. There is currently a fan. It is currently working its magic right near. I don't know if you can hear that. No. Okay, good. It's being noise gated. There, I have brought a fan. I have unleashed the fan. Let me find my... Oh my god. That's not that brush, is it? Surely. Is it? It might be. Oh my god, it is. Okay, that'll do. That will do. You know it's sort of hanging up the we're hanging up the jersey when I put the Kolinsky away, you know? What's next? Next, see, that's such a confusing question, because it's like I have so many things on Kingdom Death that I have to paint, but that I'm usually painting for necessity's sake, right? So like this girl, for example, I needed a female survivor with a bone axe, and I was like, I've got this pile of shame for Kingdom Death that goes to the fucking ceiling, but I was like, oh, bone axe female, I got you. And we needed that for like tomorrow, so I painted that. But then the next thing I need to paint is I've got a pin-up version of the Butcher, which is your first Nemesis encounter coming in, so I'll be painting that. But essentially I do have a... Hold on, let me see if I've got my other project here. This will be my next bigger project. So this is the Summer Archivist, and I'm going to put him on a little base that I used a bamboo printer to 3D print. But this is my next passion project. This is the one I actually want to do. But I've got a couple of people, I've got a couple of commissions lined up and a couple of things I need to paint for the game's sake. So in that respect, my next project is probably going to be the Butcher, if I had to guess. Stephen, do you paint? Do you paint? Because you follow all the content. Do you paint at all? I'm sure that's not true. I'm sure that's not true. We all start somewhere. How long? Like, how? Like, have you been doing that for a while, or it's like, not much longer, or do you like a paint to play kind of person? One to three. Oh, I assume like 1 to 3 models you've ever painted. Man, you have no idea whether you're a good painter or not. That is nowhere near enough time to figure that out. Also, the fan is doing. Let me switch it to the back view here for the boys while we're winding it down here, just for the boys, Definitely not because I'm exposing this to more of the fan where I need it. Just for the boys, little back view for the boys. No, dude, 1 to 3 models that you've ever painted. You don't know whether you're a good painter or not. You sound like someone who doesn't have enough time to paint. That's the thing, right? Because at the moment, like for me, this is like it's kind of like approaching midnight, and I have to do this like after my job and in between travel for work and all that sort of stuff. So I don't paint as much as I would like to, and I don't have time to put into like showcase pieces. So I paint more or less to play. Do you have a specific game that you frequent, that you're doing this for? You paint to play as well. Okay, yeah. Dude, I feel you. I feel you. Absolutely. It just gets hard. Warm aching. Do you mean War Machine? Warm aching. That's the. That's good, bro. That's good. Warm aching. I'm going to assume you mean War Machine. Is that what you mean? Yes. Okay, you do mean War Machine. Warm aching. Bro, what do you play? Yearning, bro. I just yearn. I just play yearning. Yeah, War Machine is fucking goated, by the way. I really like metal models, despite them being extremely, like actually just worse in every single way. I just like metal models. Do I have a metal model up here that I've painted recently? I do. Hold on. Oh. There we go. Okay. This is a War Machine model. This chick, she follows around the Warcaster. I know because I have to paint the Warcaster. Yeah. I don't know anything about her, but that's a War Machine model that I commissioned to paint. The same guy that got me to paint Karchev. Yeah. So I know a little bit of War Machine. I can talk shop with you. I will say, we have now just achieved our kick milestone. Huge. Huge. Absolutely massive. So that as much as we dragged on, and thanks for chatting there, Stephen. I just needed to hit that milestone while it was there. The kick boys are now satiated. YouTube, think congrats, no problem. Yeah, you're a real one. You're a real one, Stephen. You know who else are the real ones? Patreon supporters for keeping the lights on with their huge pendulous wangs. Thanks everyone for coming out. I will be probably going live painting something, or I've got the Hobbit magic, which I will be doing.